morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'd like to ask everyone to please sit down. Please put your phones on silent. And let's get ready for our first panel. Welcome to Conference Day. My name is Nontokozo Koboshiane, but you can call me Nonti or you can call me Maya. And welcome to Conference Day. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be beginning in a few moments. I'd like everyone to settle down and get ready for this amazing panel. All right, just a few notes. Our Wi-Fi password is moreflowyes, using the Fakugesi Wi-Fi. And our restrooms are just past the canteen, to your left, just straight down. Please keep your phones on silent and please be engaged. Thank you so much. Our first panel of the day is Flow 360. And this panel has some of our lovely exhibitors exhibiting VR 360 work, which explores African culture, cosmic dances, and hip-hop artists from Johannesburg. And I'd like to introduce our lovely moderator, Tisetso Dladla. Please give it up for Tisetso.
Hi, everyone.
There we go, there we go. She is a immersive media lecturer and postgraduate coordinator of the WITS Digital Arts Department. Thank you so much. Tisetso, please take it away.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the introduction. Welcome to Flow 360, 360 Flow. It's a circular experience, so there's no beginning, no end. Today we'll be talking about the extended reality industry, XR, and to give you guys context of what that includes, it includes virtual reality, which is when you put on the goggles and you're inside the movie. Includes augmented reality, which is if you've used the Snapchat filter, you've used augmented reality. And includes also mixed reality, which is basically the marriage between virtual reality and augmented reality. So today, I am so excited to talk to this amazing panel. I want to introduce you to them all. First off, we have Moratiwa Mulema. She represents Afro Cyborg Collective with her co-founder, Shmira Pashir. She's a painter, sculptor, multimedia dance, theater, artistic director based in Botswana. Pula, Botswana! Yes! Moratiwa is a choreographer for the New Moon Ensemble of dancers and a variety of other artists. And next to her, we have Tiroletso Tshwenyane. She's the producer of Electric South, an XR company based in Cape Town, South Africa, that provides mentorship, production services, funding, exhibition opportunities for artists across Africa. And next to her over there, we have Michael Szwerskinski. Michael is an XR producer and an art director. Michael is the director of innovation and digital experiences for immersive content. And then we have next to my, these two are so dear to my heart. These are my students. We have Lethabo Kekane and Megan Hubert. Megan and Lethabo are fourth-year honors students at WITS University who exhibited virtual reality short films for the first time at the Performance Studies International Conference and here at Fakugesi. So they've done 2 exhibitions this year. Megan co-created the VR experience Let Me Go, and Lethabo co-created the experience Keys in the WITS University Collaborative Research Project between the Departments of Digital Arts and Film and Television. So we're going to start our questions today with the beautiful Moratiwa. Ooh, that name is such a beautiful name. You don't even know. Those who don't know Sotho, like, I'm so envious of this name. Muratiwa, the virtual reality film you are exhibiting at Fakugesi explores the idea of Tswana dance in 360 medium. So Botswana and Setswana dance become a very prominent character within the work. So how did the 360-degree medium of VR shape your approach to crafting an immersive experience of Tswana dance?
Okay, hello, good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I think before I go into how the medium influenced my craft, I have to explain a little bit my background.
Mm-hmm.
So my background is in stage, particular dance theater, and in my style of dance theater, I already love to use technology. When I was studying in the US to do my undergrad in media art, I started becoming very defensive about how Africa is represented by the quote-unquote West. And it became very apparent and important to me that I represent the intelligence of our cultures, especially indigenous culture, and in particular because I love so much nature and conservation. It was important for me also to represent the ecological living of indigenous people. So for me, even though I have a background in gymnastics and in contemporary dance, I always make sure that I represent traditional dance. That is my mission. So the Cosmic Egg was actually a stage production. It was called Roots, and it was a 45-minute stage production. And what happened is I had a show called For the Love of Figure, an anthology of movement. I had different, kind of like a variety show, I had different shows that had different types of dances, and I mean, we rehearsed, and I said, you know what, why don't I pick here, I have already a palette, then let me just put it together and come up with a story, and Muratiwa fired. So, the first thing that happened, how the media influenced the Cosmic Egg, is that my production was 45 minutes. But because VR, you have a limited time, maybe like 10, 15 minutes before you start feeling nauseous, I had to summarize the storyline into 10 minutes. So basically take the most important points and then the essence of the story, and then simplify it, really simplify it, and then I had 10 minutes of choreography. So that was the first thing. The second thing was, as stage is a 180 situation, I now had to think 360. And so how I approached it is that in rehearsals, I would just put a tennis ball in the middle and then did the blocking and the choreography already in a circle. So I prepared the dance theater basically as one take. So already when we were then on set, everything was rehearsed, everything was ready to go. There was no stopping in between. It was just one take, like a theater show. What was a challenge with the 360 is that we don't have a backstage. So the characters had to hide behind the bushes and then appear from there. So those were little considerations I had to put in as the whole performance. Another thing that was, I don't know if it was deliberate, but it was more like a synergy, is that already the traditional dances, many of them occur in a half circle or in a circle, because the San dances, they dance around the fire in a circle. Mm-hmm. So some of the shots and where it was quite natural in a circle. Then what I also became very conscious of was transitions, because you can cut and have transitions in VR and go into different space. I hadn't really planned it that way, but I also had to learn, because it's a new media where I'm experimenting, to also let go and allow an editor to take over. I usually like to be in charge of every aspect of production, but I just had to let it go and then allow other artists to be artists in the context of the cosmic egg. So the transitions were quite important, because I find in transition is how you captivate and engage your audience. The magic is the transition. If your whole piece is one transition, the audience will never take their eyes off the product. So the planning of transitions for me was very crucial. Then the other way the VR medium influenced the cosmic egg was actually, in a strange way, use of language. It was important to me that it was in Setswana, because of my experience studying abroad. It was important for me to make Tswana art for Tswana appreciators in a Tswana context. And so it was quite clear that it was going to be in Setswana. And in particular, Tswana speakers, I know they have a very beautiful experience watching the cosmic egg. There are subtitles. The subtitles also became quite important because dance theater is vague and lives in a metaphor. I was afraid people wouldn't get the story just by watching the dance. It was possible on stage because it was 45 minutes, but I couldn't, so I had to add poetry. I'm not big on dialogue. I prefer poetry. So I made small poetic hints so that at least one can follow the story if you get lost in this world. Then, yes, what was also interesting for me in the medium VR was tilt brush. So in the storyline, what inspired me is rock paintings, basically, of the Sand people. And in history, we are told that the rock paintings were made during ritual. But of course, we no longer know what the ritual was. We've read that it was during a hunt, a successful hunt and so forth. So I've sort of wanted to fill in the gap of what happened for the rock painting to actually be made, what inspired it. So the tilt brush became, in VR, became the rock painting, and I mean the images of an ostrich and 3 eggs, because that's what the story is about. So to put that magical story, cosmic egg, into eternity would have been to draw it onto a wall. So tilt brush also was an extension of the storyline.
Thank you so much for that answer. I think that we really got a sense of how to incorporate all these new ways of thinking of virtual reality. Tiroletso, my question to you is, the work that Electric South has done within South Africa and the continent of Africa at large has introduced African XR works to the world, right? So what do you believe that African XR artists are doing that is unique and groundbreaking in the XR industry?
Good morning, everyone. I think Moratiwa has really covered quite a lot of that question in terms of the narrative, the storytelling, the connection. Africa is known for its richness in stories, and projects like hers are what makes us unique when we take our projects internationally. So
Wow, yes, that is exactly, it summarizes exactly what she has offered.
yeah,
And
so I could go on and discuss other projects that we've been on, but I think for just context and understanding, you know, hearing what she has just said, and, you know, she went quite in detail in terms of the project, it kind of brings you closer to understanding the response to that question. So I think I will leave it and center it around the discussion that she's just made.
I love that. So Michael, my next question is for you. Many African XR artists' works are exhibited in Europe and abroad, and there are few opportunities for African audiences to see the work here on the continent. So as a person who's taken work abroad and also found the XR artists here, my question is, what do you believe can bridge the gap and make the XR experiences available here on the African continent?
First, thank you for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be here. This question is a long question because to understand what we can do, it's important to understand what we do in France at the beginning, like example, or in Europe, to develop this kind and bring after this kind of experience. Firstly, in whether French or generally in Europe, we are supported by public institution, more at private institution, to develop like R&D, like development and research, all VR content. And the producer, for the cultural part, have a support of this. He can have 50 or 60% of the fund to develop this part. The second thing is we have a chance a few years before to have a great African season. Season is a French government make a season with different continents or countries. And at this time, we first have enough fund to create and imagine some content, and also to collaborate with new studio. And the purpose is how we can collaborate at equality in the same creation with new studio, VR studio or XR studio or mapping studio, because we don't talk only about VR experience, but I can talk about immersive experience. And I can show 3 examples, but 3 collaboration who have a lot of success. The first thing is we create not VR, but like a time-lapse, video time-lapse with drone of all the big city and modern city of African. It's very complex, very hard, because with a drone, you know, all the police want to shoot the drone and too, but with African producer and African film director from Jobour also, is one of the example. The second thing is we support new VR creation, like Electric Soft or something like that, with a new author and new filmmaker. And the first thing is we create immersive and video mapping, but adapted to the history of the different countries, like cosmogony, mythology. I can talk about that. And we show on the big church beautiful mapping created by an South African team like Inca and Sabiso, just between Jobour and Le Cap. And after we want to bring it, of course. But first, so now we have a production, we have a talent, but we need to have a place to broadcast it. It's like the beginning of a movie. Like we have a lot of film and a lot of talent, but you don't have enough movie theater. Yeah. And it's not the platform online. It's not like mobile with video game. The people prefer go in a specific place and have the experience together. Also, so we try, for example, we just make a discussion yesterday with Fakugesi, Simolongo, and the French embassy, French institution also. So how we can bring again, which is the condition to show this creation in the original country. And we hope we can make it. We have 2 famous examples also. The first one, before the season, is the first, on va dire, video hologram who make the reconstitution of the trial of Rivonia with all the people like Mandela, but not only. And we put this like a spectacle. We have the original sound of here, and we create hologram, and we show it in a big church in Paris. And also, there are other French productions like about this trial with other producer like Général de Production. He came in the Museum of Apartheid 3 or 4 years ago. So we try to create this bridge, but we need to have the fund also and the place to show it. This is the new challenge for me.
Well, thank you so much for that. That's a great call to action for our industry to really create spaces like Zimlohong and Fakugesi to showcase these works. Because they're all there and available. So my next question is to you, Letabo. You're a student in the Department of Film and Television, and my question to you is what did you learn about the 360 cinematic experience, and how do you believe you can take the experience of working in VR into your work as a filmmaker?
Hi, my name is Letabo Kekana. One of the things that I learned to appreciate very quickly when it came to learning about 360 and working like on set with it is just making sure that everything goes right. So the choreography of the entire thing, which is something that I am a little bit obsessed with when it comes to watching a film, checking for continuity and looking at how the narrative goes, if it makes sense. And being able to do something that is as immersive as VR, I think it just, for me, opened my eyes to the fact that there is in fact a new and much more intimate format that you can use in film for any story that you want to make. And even with the music video component, I feel like it was also really nice to know that you can have music artists who now want to do their music videos in a different format. You're not just subjected to you're not only using 2D anymore. Like, you're able to introduce yourself to this new format because it's going to spread, and it's going to spread very fast. I mean, a lot of kids already know how to use 360 just on their YouTube without the Oculus, without any kind of VR head mount. So it's really cool to then just have a different entrance or a different door into that kind of universe. And it'd be great to bring that to film as well, because I love to be immersed in films. I mean, I started reading, which is why I wanted to write, and I wanted to get into adaptation to be immersed in the story. So with 360, it kind of just broadened that space as well. So yeah, that's how I would like to bring it to film. I just want my audience member to be as inside the story as they possibly can.
And I love that you've added the idea of first being immersed in story through literature. And like, I find that the novel is actually the new experience of the novel is virtual reality. So I'm really glad that you picked up on that. So Megan, this year you were introduced to virtual reality and augmented reality. So how did you learn, what did you learn about the VR industry in your experience of participating in Fakugesi this year?
Okay, so during this experience and being in Fakugesi, I just got to experience how wide the VR and extended reality format is and how fast growing it can be. I believe it's going to be a very big thing in the future, and I am so happy that I have the chance to create story and, like she said, have a narrative and having your audience or your viewers be in the story and experience the story as if they were physically in it, and not just seeing it on a TV or reading it in a book, but experiencing it for themselves.
Yes, I love all the words that like experience, immersive. Right? This is all that's wonderful about this medium. So I'm going to come back to you, Muradua. You're a multidisciplinary artist. You're a sculptor, painter, dancer. The list goes on. I cannot continue. So how do you believe virtual reality and the broader field of XR can be utilized across all creative fields of study?
I think how it can help one is the actual exercise of thinking 3D is fruitful, I think, in all disciplines. To think also what's behind you. I think it manifests in many, many different fields. I must admit, I find the gadget VR a little bit constrictive. I actually want to get out of it. But the experience of thinking 360, for example, can then move you to other fields such as projection mapping, that is 360. Also with VR, it's a very personal experience, which can be positive or lonely. I love the concept of a group of people being in the same software. I love that, so it is a shared experience. And also I think the advantage of the new technologies is the distribution. Because it's digital, it's easily shared worldwide. And that has been lovely because when we showcased at the National Arts Festival in South Africa, people in Europe could watch. It was during COVID, and that is something that's beautiful about the media.
Yes, and the word virtual became used like every day. That's one thing that I appreciated about that really tough time. The South African and African XR industry is growing, but there's still room for it to realize its full potential, right? So my question to you is, what are the areas of industrial development and support does African and South African industry need to achieve to achieve this full potential? What do you think?
Infrastructural development. So there's something that Moratu just touched on right at the end, and she spoke about how beautiful this kind of medium is because you can share it, it's digital. Yet we sit with a serious problem: access to the tools. So as much as we can access it like through YouTube 360, but internet remains a serious problem that we experience in Africa. Electricity is a serious issue that we do experience. Access to an Oculus headset, so access to a gaming laptop. So right from the beginning, in terms of the industry itself, just getting people to create the work to put out there is a challenge because of the access to resources, which creates a barrier to entering this kind of market. And it limits the number of creatives and artists that are actually able to tap into the space. We need a buy-in from the government. We need a buy-in from corporate themselves. In terms of support, seeing this industry, supporting the industry, and meeting us where we need to be met in order to ensure that your students come out of university and there is an industry where they can already be able to plug themselves into. Another thing is ensuring that the ecosystem itself is supported. So we are all here at Fakugesi. Some of us know each other, some of us are seeing each other for the first time. But the biggest point of us actually gathering at these events is to know that each person exists and to kind of create a link to one another that strengthens the ecosystem. How that assists us is if I already have a relationship where I know of a distributor and you already have work, it becomes easier for me to say these opportunities exist. If I meet fourth-year students that are still in university and don't have access to the real community, when they come to places like this and see us, and when I say us, at the end of the day, representation matters. Representation is what connects younger people that see themselves through people like me, people of my skin tone. On stages like this here today, representing the industry, it connects them closer to their vision. It connects them closer to realizing that this is something that they can actually achieve in this lifetime. So as infrastructure, collaboration, and getting all these big organizations, international organizations, to also know that we exist, know that Africa is here. Amidst our struggles, we are still creating. And just going a step further in connecting with each other and knowing who is creating what where. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those are very critical points that you've made, and I love the idea of the ecosystem. It also gives that like that sphere, that circle, that 360, or in the flow of 360 that we're talking about, it sort of already incorporates. So Michael, my next question is for you again. You have worked with African XR artists and have taken XR projects to festivals abroad and showcased the works in international markets. So my question is, what types of African XR projects are you looking to develop, and what types of funding opportunities are available for these projects?
Thank you very much. Just before I say it's very true, we need more, Africa need more infrastructure, electricity, because I work a lot. Sometimes I can make a video and I say, how can I test, a VR headset or setup with all these programs? So it's true, and we have a beautiful initiative like Electric South, Fakugesi, but not so well, like maybe Black Rhino in Kenya, from Nigeria also, but not a lot from French part, when I say Francophone part of west side of Africa. And so I'm looking for a long time to see all the ecosystem. But also another point is about networking, about circulation of talent, idea, and infrastructure. We have a chance to create the first African Creative Forum with the support of French government between the 6th and the 9th of October in Paris. And we invite 200 talent industry people to come in Paris to meet all European and build contact, create bridge, have inspiration, have mentoring, and have support and maybe fund. So this initiative is always going now, and we hope a lot. About the question, I am happy about African because we produce as we want.
Yeah.
Because for one time we are free. It's not an order from a channel. It's not an order for a specific series, like for a stream, for a video game with Ubisoft or Netflix. All these formats. So for this kind and with the support of public fund, we have a choice to decide to find the best artist from storyteller, art, poetry, movie maker, and gamer, game designer, and developer to create as we want. This is the first chance. It's not so, voilà. we need to say that because, of course, it's very rare. The second thing is about VR and AR. There are a lot of things to do, but about one thing for me looked very important and very interesting and came up a lot of feeling with African tradition. Because for me, VR and if I don't talk about entertainment, like gaming, like Beat Saber or something like that, I talk about cultural and spiritual inspiration. For me, it's the best media of all the media, not the most easy, but the best media to feel the invisible world, to have a story of our origin, our cosmogony, our mythology, to have the link between the nature and with a new technology, and the mythology with a new technology, because you are inside the mind of some tradition of, if I take another example, because I work a lot with South America also, and we work with shaman people not to just explain the story, what's happened, what you take, just to feel what's happened. For example, a tree, when you see a tree, you see a tree, but for this shaman, the tree is like energy, and when you put headset, we adapt the vision of a medicine man to see the same thing, and you have a voice, original voice, to explain what is it. You have some experience like ayahuasca also. You don't need to take drug to have inspiration. You just put headset. It's the same thing with augmented reality. You have your mobile. All people have a mobile, and you have a tree, like a wrong tree, but you put your mobile and you see the feel of energy. The same thing. And for African creation from different countries, we are lucky to create. First thing, adaptation of Zulu tradition and cosmogony in video immersive mapping. The second thing, we prepare for the forum 2 original creation. The first is with Kenya. It's like the adaptation of a Kikuyu story about Munga tree, And the other one is with also two talent from South Africa, Inca and Sabiso. And you have a team of poetry, makes the voice like incantation voice. The name is in the beginning, Kasu Kasu Kela. It's like incantation, you know, you are in immersive piece, and you feel like, how do you say, medicine, traditional, you know, health experience, you know. You have four voices around you, and all the graphic is like Afrofuturist graphist, and it's like a new reinterpretation of the mythology. And after that, you show it for the first time, the 6th October, you feel, voilà, like the sense, you know, and the voice and the video. So this axis, this tradition, is so beautiful because you have voilà, thousand story for thousand countries and tradition. So you have 2,000 years of you don't need more imagination. You have already all. We need to adapt our origin and the mythology of each countries and ethnical part.
Oh, thank you for that. That's very true. We do have a lot of stories on this continent, and this medium is ideal and perfect for it. I also like the idea that you've talked about sort of the spiritual sense of this medium, and the fact that whenever I teach it to my students, I'm like, you're in the third person, you're a ghost in the room. Like, that's just the way you sort of explain that experience. So it does connect to a very spiritual side that we are all connected to. So my next question is to both Megan and Letabo. It's the same question for both of you. Letabo, you will answer first, and Megan, you will follow. So this year in the research project, you created work around the theme of music as the narrator. So my question is, how is your experience of collaborating with local and upcoming hip-hop artists, 50-year anniversary of hip-hop, in virtual reality?
So with my group, we worked with the artist Reese VDH, that's his stage name, featuring, ADHD, that's how you say it. So one of the things I first remembered when it comes to doing film was how non-diegetic sound like music is kind of like the devil. Like, they really did not want us having any background music in any of our films. So now having to create this story out of music, it really was very interesting, and working with the artist was also very helpful because we also then had to understand the importance of like the temporal and spatial flow of the song and how to incorporate that in VR, which is a little bit difficult if you don't want to cause motion sickness and all that kind of stuff. But they gave us a lot of good input, and I was very surprised at how, it wasn't easy, but just how worthwhile it was working with these artists, and also just working together with coming up with the concept, because we did have to talk to them, ask them about their experiences, what they're familiar with in terms of the type of journey that they wanted to take. It wasn't only dependent on us to come up with the entire concept, because we didn't want to make them feel uncomfortable in any kind of way, but it was wonderful. I genuinely enjoyed it, and it really got me interested in wanting to work into music videos even more, and just seeing different ways of making different types of visual art, especially digitally. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. Megan, go ahead.
I feel like working with these artists was very enlightening for me as a filmmaker, not for the first time working with VR equipment, working with immersive cameras, and it was very difficult to get the concept of the camera can see all, and you cannot just see what is on the screen, but you see everything, and to get people to look around and experience a 360 view instead of just your normal TV screen. I also feel like this world of taking music and mixing it with this immersive reality creates a very big platform for artists to express their emotions, their culture, and experiencing this entire project. It has really sparked this passion in me to pursue VR and immersive reality in filming and gaming education and educating people into this platform and getting more people to come to experience it.
Thank you both for your answers. In this next section of the questions, it's going to be sort of just like thinking about. So I'm going to give you all a sentence, and we're going to do it in sort of like, you know, when you're at a stadium and you're doing like a Mexican wave. We're going to start from here and Mexican wave down, and then I'll give you another sentence and you'll bring the Mexican wave back. Okay. The sentence that you need to complete going down is extended reality allows African artists to
Experiment.
Explore and express their culture in a way that the end user can experience it in no other way.
Exploring our mythology.
Expand with seemingly endless bounds.
Exploring different types of storytelling.
Lovely. Okay, so we're going to bring the wave back to me. Participating at Fakugesi this year made me feel.
It made me feel appreciated and seen after having people seen my film and seeing their reactions.
It made me feel very proud, not just of me, but of everybody that I got to work with, and it also made me nervous in a good way, so yeah.
Just make me feel happy with you.
Lovely.
Inspired to continue the work that we're doing on the ground to support this ecosystem.
It made me feel that I'm part of a bigger family, and the path is not a lonely one, but actually there's a lot of us together, and it made me feel like I'm somebody.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, thank you all for participating and talking and giving all these yummy, juicy insights about this this platform, XR, this medium that like it makes me so excited, and I'm so glad to see all the faces here smile and have the same glee about it. And thank you all for joining us today. I hope you learned something about this amazing industry. Let's make it grow, make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists, and thank you all so much for joining. We're going to open the floor up for one question and one comment. We only have about 4 minutes left now. So does anyone have any questions or comments that they would like to make? Going once, going twice. Okay, great. Okay, yes.
Thank you so much for the panel. It was fascinating listening to you. I've learned so much, and I really do appreciate your time. I'd like to ask a question around, because I work in live performance, and so I'd like to ask a question around the Cosmic Egg Project and around the Rivonia trial and the shaman experience, because those two really sparked something for me. Around the idea of, you know how there's the guardian wall in VR? Around the idea of guardianship versus gatekeeping in live performance. So as a live performer, you have a responsibility to guide the eye and to hold the breath and to hold the space for your audience and to really be aware of their experience of things in 3D because it's live. And I think the idea of VR performance in a similar kind of context, you spoke about letting go of control, right? So this idea of sharing space, sharing control, sending African storytelling across the world. How do we hold space for that in a way that's responsible without gatekeeping the experience for them? Does that make sense?
I think I heard a lot of things. But, guiding the eye was a very important visual exercise, because you cannot tell the viewer to look there, so you do find visual cues to guide the eye. I realized that the periphery like this is pretty much how much you can take. So I try to put everything in that periphery, and then still but still have minimal action in the back, so that it doesn't take over the attention. And then also the subtitles kind of also helped, like where actually the action is. Is that okay?
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh,
So
you have one more
about,
comment, sorry.
just for example, I don't know if it's a good answer, but I just can say some example about VR and creation of VR experience. Because firstly, you need to have a lot of talent from design, from dance, from storytelling to make the success of the new content. So it's very hard, more complicated, because you need to have access to all the creative industry. Because you talk about dance, and you have choreographers who try to make VR. You have famous filmmaker like Inaritu try to make it. So it's more complex and is more new. It's not like cinema or series or animation. This is the first thing. The second thing, say, VR experience change a lot. The market stay smaller, but growing, but it's always smaller. It's not like a series. But we have a lot of new success because the VR become, en fait, social VR, and you can go in a big LBO with and receive 100 people in the same time. It's not the same thing. It's not 360 standalone. Is huh? Yes. No, VR chat for social experience, but I talk about social experience, specific social experience, like VR chat is 2 million, but for in France you have a very famous success too from emissive creation is Notre Dame. You have IP, like like a Taj Mahal, a Cheops, a pyramid, etc. You have the technical solution. You have you can share with your family and visit all Notre Dame during a few centuries. You can receive 100 people in the same time, not 1 or 10, 100 people. You have ticketing, 20 or 30 euro, and you have a success because we receive around 10,000 people each month with very higher ticketing, you know. But the experience costs a lot, take a long time. It's a lot for VR experience because it's few millions, like 3 millions. It's nothing for a movie or animation film, but it's a lot for VR experience. But when you have this fund, when you have a technical and specialist developer, when you have an IP and you have a model of distribution, you can have a success like Notre Dame or Cheops, who turn everywhere in the world.
And thank you for all participating today. Let's give them all a round of applause for their amazing work.
Thank you so much for joining us for the Flow 360 panel. My name is Nonti, and I'll be your MC for the day. And thank you to our wonderful panelists for contributing to this beautiful industry. And thank you all for joining us. Just a couple of announcements. We'll be beginning our next panel, which is the new generation of African animation, in about 10 minutes. But please be sure to walk around, have a look at our expo stands, and one rule, you need to speak to everybody in the room before you leave. Make friends. Thank you so much for joining us.
Are you here the whole week or just today?
No. Just I leave for Saturday.
Oh, okay. So we'll see each other.
So yes, we can see.
So to this time we have. Okay, let's take a picture first.
us from 26 September for Fakugesi's 10-year anniversary.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like everyone to settle down. We're about to begin our next panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. But right now, we'll be previewing our trailer for the Fakugesi Festival.
The Durban Film Art Institute is a platform for filmmakers on the African continent to gain visibility for their projects, to have capacity building opportunities, attract investors. It's a space to create support system for filmmakers on the continent.
I want to go into production. I really want support because I've been doing this alone for the longest time. So like entering DFM was like such an amazing experience in that I felt seen, I felt heard.
Someone might only have
2 minutes
the trailer
to
of
sell
the
promo
video
for Durban, potentially give them millions of rands or dollars or whatever. And so it's all about that. How do you get across yourself and your idea in a clear, concise way that's going to, get that exec to sell it onwards to their boss and set up the next pitch.
Over the last 14 years, we've seen films that have been pitched at the market go on to screen in international festivals, streaming platforms, win awards at international festivals. With that experience and that confidence that we had, we expanded it into the animation sector.
We're entering a space where there's also lots of competition, so we want to be, the best in the field and also in terms of what Africans are producing. We want to set the benchmark to be the best, and I think this platform can give us what we're looking for.
And I'm making a short film called Naledi, which is a 2D animated short film about a star athlete who has to come to terms with her debilitating grief in order to regain her confidence and finish her race. DFM, they gave us 6 months of master classes and mentorship, and we had a mock pitch as well, so I was ready to pitch.
The people who are working on the different movies from different countries, they're all amazing. They have different backgrounds and different stories and different techniques. I was like, wow, so we can work together because you have a lot of experience here and I have experience in another thing. We can collaborate on different projects.
And this is what Durban Film Art is about, is bringing out that talent and showcasing and creating visibility for the work they're doing. What the Durban Film Art does is follows the life of the animators. So we still keep in contact with the projects. We still keep in contact with the decision makers, so that allows decision makers to see when the project is ready for completion, and they could come in at any time. And that alone shows that there's success, not just over these days, but success beyond the market.
We pitched to SABC. We got a pre-sale for R1 million, and also I've got an international distributor now who is taking the show around just based on the development work that we've done so far.
Animators from communities where their voices are not heard, we create a space for them so that they have the skill, they have good stories to tell, and it's something worth investing in.
Having more women on the team means that issues that relate to women or pertain to women are being talked about or discussed or raised or considered.
And for me, there's some incredible opportunity within an African context. It's African stories and African aesthetics that we need to showcase to the world. And intermediaries play that role in terms of making these linkages.
Intermediaries are people who help get creative content to audiences. So they're not the creative genius, the person drawing They're the person making sure behind the scenes that somehow the creative genius idea is getting made, it's getting recorded, it's getting distributed, and it appears on your screen or in your hand as a book.
What this industry just requires is just to be understood. Proper mapping to be done of the various creative disciplines that are there, and then let them be impacted, and just being given a little push, and then these industries can stand by themselves and they can manage to offer very great job opportunities to each and every other person who would want to be in the creative sector.
Well, I think animation provides the opportunity to imagine. It allows our people to see and envision and to dream what we could be.
Hello. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the promo video for the Durban Film Art. So, we're going to be beginning a wonderful panel on the new generation of African animation. Now, this panel will be discussing the evolution of African animation over the past decade and the support received from the wider industry. Our panelists have developed works for Disney, Netflix, and other major studios, and are leaders in their industry. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Joy Mawela, who is the head of the Digital Content Hub and is a film and television production executive, Lesego Foster, animation director and art director, and the director of Kizazi Moto, Magdalene Reddy, director of Durban Film Art Institute, Njungu Macharia, who is a writer focused on telling African stories and creator of 2D animation Boy Boy, Sitembi Sombehle, co-founder of Dipopai Studios and producer and trainer at the Animation and Training Academy, Mulu Animation Studios. Tepo Moche, who is a director, mother, activist, and writer on Netflix animation Super Team 4 series. Martinez van Rooyen, who is the director of the Mulu Animation Academy and Studio. And Jose Ntulo, who is the founder of KN Studios. Please give them a round of applause, everyone.
Stand here when you're done.
Okay. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Joy Mawela.
Well, I'm excited to be with the cool kids today, the people that are keeping me young. I'm 5 to 50, but I don't look 50 at all. I'm joking. I'm 37. I'm joking, yeah. So it's such an honor to moderate this panel. Everyone that knows me, I'm always behind the scenes. I don't like being in these spaces, but I think it's such an honor to be in a panel that is packed with young, successful talent. And these are people that I have supported in some way or other. I think our paths have crossed, I think, except for 1 or 2 people. But I've seen some of you grow. I mean, I've known you since you were bursary students, and I've seen you flourish, and there were issues in between. I've seen businesses fail, and I've seen you, having financial challenges where we had to even break the rules to make sure that you get to where you are today. And today, I'm happy to be here to listen to you and, telling your stories, your successful stories. We always talk about challenges, but we don't talk about our successes. And I think I'm glad that I have this young panel to talk about success. And I know you are solution-driven, you have this passion, and I refuse to pitch any projects if there's no one from, the team that can show the passion. Because you've got a name for me, Lesego. I'm the, what? What? The ching-ching lady.
I call her money.
So yeah, I'm from the business development background. I'm an intermediary. I'm from broadcasting. I'm a former broadcaster. I'm currently a business development and head of digital content hub for Tsimologong. I'll allow my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll get straight to the questions. We'll start with you, Khosi.
Thank you for the privilege. I'm Khosi, and most people call me King. I am the CEO and a producer for Calabash Production, and I'm just happy to be here. It's an honor.
Thank you. Lesego?
Greetings all. My name is Lesego Foster. I am the co-founder of the Hidden Land Studios. My partner is hiding there, as he always does.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I'm an animation director, part of the Kizazumoto Rasta, and I was part of the team that started that whole animation deal happening up there at Simonokon. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. My name is Magdalene Reddy. I am the head of the Durban Film Art Institute. Our flagship event is the Durban Film Art. It's the video you've seen at the beginning. I'm here with these great animators because we create a platform for them to get visibility and get investment in the work that they're doing.
Hello everyone, I'm Jogo Masharia. I'm a writer, director and producer from Kenya.
Switch it on.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Joy. Hi, I'm Tsapamoche, writer, director, development consultant, and partner at Play Nice Pictures.
Now I'm off. I'll just use this mic. You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Martinez van Rooyen. I'm the art director and head trainer at the Simonokon Precinct's Marlem Animation Academy and Studio. I've been animation lead, storyboard lead, director for quite a few years. In parallel to that, my main specialization has always been animation training. I've been training for various universities and training institutions all throughout the world.
Okay, so let's go for it. I want to know where it all started. Take me back from when you discovered animation, whether it was in the dusty streets of Soweto, whether it was in the middle of Kenya, where we've never been, some of us. I promise to make a 10 there someday. And Magdalene also, just to take us through how you got involved in the business of festivals. And Jose, I'll start with you. I know Lesego's story, I know some of the people in the panel stories, but it will be interesting for everyone here to learn about your background, where it all started, how you put your business together.
All right, with me, my mom is a teacher, and then she put me a lot of through vigorous processes which I did not enjoy. She'd make me do plays, draw things on the chalkboards, that kind of stuff, and then she noticed that I'm actually creative. And then after that, after graduating, I went and studied 3D animation, but the inspiration came when I saw Toy Story. And I thought that's something that I wanted to actually do. Apart from watching Spider-Man, Rabubi, we all know She-Ra, Batman, all of that stuff. And then I never knew there was actually a trade or career in that part. I just took a risk. And part of parallel to that, my dad wanted me to be a fine artist, and I said no. And then he said, no, if you don't do it, I'm not going to fund your studies. And luckily, I got a bursary. Then I studied 3D animation. After that, then I decided to go for it, start a studio. Officially, we started in 2017, and then we were 3. And then we went to different stages where I had to learn how to pitch, put my ideas all together. But fundamentally in South Africa, there was no place where I could go where I'll learn how to do a pitch deck. So I used the internet as a form of acquiring knowledge how to get that done. And then I went through a couple of pitching competitions. That's how I raised money for the business. And then after that, then we started one computer, led to the next one. And then thereafter that, we landed on a couple of small deals, not like anything major that I can speak of on this platform. And then in 2019, then we were invited by the SA Animation to be part of an incubation. And then that's when I joined it, learned to be a proper producer, how to do things right, understanding there's the money side of this. And then to date, we have office space in Transverca. We have also been blessed to work with the Goethe Institute, where we're training 30 ladies on how to be, I would say, professionals at the highest level. We are now going through Unreal Engine training. There's also, we as a studio have acquired a motion capture. We want to integrate our pipeline. And then that is a process where we are. So from today, we have managed to get funding from NVF. We're working on a 3 pilot series, which is mainly at early childhood development, which is called Calabashes. And then thereafter that, I just pitch wherever I can, raise as much money as I possibly can. So if you got some ching-ching, we can have a chat after this. Yeah, I'm talking to the right person, as I'm told. I'm talking to the right person. Yeah. Yes.
So I'm not sure if you're the new generation, if you know She-Ra. Is she the first female superhero?
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, that was my favorite. You're exposing your age, so
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure. Maybe this new generation is not in the context of age. Yeah, it's the new emerging studios. Yeah. So yeah, Lesego, I know you have a beautiful story to tell.
We're the only
I hope we're not gonna get emotional.
I'll be brief. Well, I've always drawn. Before I could walk, I was drawing. And I used to watch a lot of animation, and I would ask my mother, how do they make this thing? She couldn't answer me. And remember back in the day, before Netflix, you had 5 tapes and you watched them repeatedly. One of them was Tarzan. And I would always stop it and start it again. But one day, I was too lazy to get up. And after 5 minutes, the making of started. I'd never seen it. I had this tape for maybe 3 years, and then the making of started. And I knew that it had to do with drawing. I knew that animation had to do with drawing, but to see it be made like that, it gave me a drive from when I was a kid. You know, someone asked me today, why do I do this thing that I do? And my answer is that I'm keeping a promise to little Lesego. Maybe one day I'll meet him and he'll be proud, or maybe not. And that's how I discovered how it was made. And since then, I tried to just get into animation schools. They were expensive. So I did fine arts at WITS, which is a decision I do not regret. That place opens your mind. And that's where we met with Ross. And we started our studio officially in 2013. But we quickly realized that we suck. And we decided to split up. I went to Gobelin to do my master's. He got jobs in different 2D studios, and then came back, and we officially started, well, officially it's 2013, and then unofficially we started in 2018, where we got a studio space in Greenside, and it's just been up and up since then.
Okay. I met Lesego when he was a bursary, NFEF bursary beneficiary, and Martinez. I only met him here at Simulokong, but I knew all about his challenges and whatever. And I was told to make it happen. Is Erica in the room? I remember the French Institute came to the NFEF. They were like, there's this young man. And he came here. I was like, is this a young man? With all the beard and whatever. There's this young man who's stuck in Paris. He doesn't have money. Please make a plan for this young man. And we had to break the rules. We have to, deviate from policies and make sure that you finish your studies. And I always thought Lesego was a girl. So yeah, when I met him so I met him in Annecy, and I could hear people talking Venek in the middle of Annecy, and I'm like, who are these dudes? Why are they talking this lingo in Annecy? So Magdalene, our paths crossed a few years ago when we wanted to develop a strategy for film festivals. This is when I was still at the National Film and Video Foundation. And I think I've seen you also flourish in the film festival space. Can you tell us a little bit about the Durban Film Institute, particularly around the co-financing forum, which supports a lot of emerging talent? I think a lot of you have been through that program that the Durban Film Mat offers. Can you please quickly take us through, and your background, obviously? Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. So the Durban Film Art, as I mentioned, is it's the premier financing and co-production market on the continent. Our experience is very strong in live action. So I joined the Durban, I was part of the Durban Film Art at its very inception, when I worked at the Durban International Film Festival back then, 15 years, together with 4 amazing individuals. We started the Durban Film Art. I worked there for 3 years and then moved on, and then in 2020 we developed the Institute, which is the Durban Film Art Institute, providing year-round support for filmmakers. We were working very strongly with live action, and then 3 years ago we decided, we've seen how animation was growing on the continent. We've seen how investors were looking for African stories. So we decided to, okay, let's see if we can expand into animation. Had discussions with Joy, had discussions with Erica, and then the GIZ came on board with the support for it. We started with just doing animation industry talks at Durban Film Art in 2021. And then we saw that there was a real hunger in the industry. Animators wanted a place to talk about what the trends are, what are international investors looking for. And they just were looking for support. So the next year in 2022, still during COVID, it was all online, we decided to expand our pitching session, our pitching forum, to include animation. And that went off really well. You saw in the video we had a filmmaker, an animator, Claire Louise, who was a talent many years ago at DFM, and now she pitched, and she got a distribution deal. She got pre-sales with SABC. And then we found that many of, like, we had Sony, Netflix, Amazon, all the big streamers, we had distribution companies, all engaging with the animators. And we looked at the ecosystem that was on the continent, and there was no platform, there were no markets for animators to actually pitch their work. There was lots of development, lots of exhibition, like we have the Cape Town Animation International Film Festival, but no place where animators can sit and engage with investors, funders, sales agents. So that success just, we said, okay, we're doing this past year, we went back into the physical, we said, we're taking the leap of faith and doing it again this year. Again, with the support of GIZ. The one thing we did find that when we did our online pitch forum, we found that animators needed a little bit more support before meeting with these investors. How to produce the lookbook, understanding the financial planning before presenting to investors. So when we did this year's DFM, we took the 8 projects through a process of understanding, like I said, understanding what animation means on the continent, how to put together a lookbook, how to present yourself, pitch yourself, how to come up with a finance plan. These are some of the, and I heard this yesterday in some of the sessions that I attended, where we have many creatives on the continent, but not many producers who are excelling in the work that they're doing. And we found that success in live action. So we just steered that experience, and then we provided 2 months of master classes. From there, the 8 projects worked, got an opportunity to come to Shomolong through the partnership we had with Fakugesi. 4 of them then went on to pitch at the Annecy Animation Film Festival. And then in July, all 8 pitched at Durban Film Art, and it was amazing. We had, again, besides the streamers, we had studios that now were looking to co-produce with these the amazing projects that were pitched at the market. So for us, our journey and our experience in live action has actually helped us provide a place for animators to now create visibility internationally. What we saw with live action is that programmers from international festivals and also different streaming platforms followed our filmmakers. Once they pitched at DFM, they followed them. So this is something that we also want to create for animators. The visibility that DFM has created for filmmakers over the years is very strong, and we're very confident that this can lend itself positively in the animation field. Yeah.
I definitely followed your people. I guess it's the right time to bring Jugu into the conversation. Jugu is one of our delay winners. It was announced at DFM. He was pitching at the DFM Co-Finance Forum. So we are currently in talks about doing a co-production with the Mullo studio and the Kenya. The 2 countries are now coming together to collaborate. So please take us back to when you're growing up in Kenya and how animation has been part of your life from when you were young, or was it something that you discovered later in life? And yeah, just take us.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So, as an early 2000s baby, like I grew up on Cartoon Network. That was like the only channel you could watch cartoons on. So I grew up on Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, Kids Next Door, like all the Cartoon Network stuff was what I grew up on. but I had never thought actually of going into animation. So then I thought of becoming a writer. And only like in now my early 20s did I think like actually like my style of writing and the kind of ideas I have are suited towards animation. So then I decided, let me start becoming a writer for animation. And then naturally I decided, well, I like what I write. I kind of like, I want to have the power. So I want to be a director. Then I discovered, well, that's not where the power is. So then be a producer. I'm discovering the producer is also not that powerful. It's the financier. So I might then become a financier and discover that there's like another level on top of that. But yeah, so I've gotten into animation through writing. And it's been great because I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how pretty your pictures look. It has to come down to like telling stories. And I think it's a great time to be in animation as an African because there's so many interesting things that are happening and like all the people on the panel and the things that they're making. So yeah, it's a great time just to be telling African stories, particularly through animation where you can really sort of just expand the types of stories and characters and worlds that you can represent.
I had to pull him aside at DFM. I fell in love with this project, Boy Boy. It's a silent movie. I don't know if it's a Pink Panther movie or, but it's a beautiful story about a young boy. Yeah, so I think everyone should get a chance just to look at that short film. I think it's a beautiful story, and please make sure that it gets finished.
Yes.
Tsepo, Tsepo. A round of applause for the females in the room, representing the girls in animation. Yes. No, don't worry, you'll get the money if you're a female. No, I'm very intentional when it comes to females. Yeah, please tell us about. I've heard a lot about you, but I want to hear it from
I've
the
also
horse's
been hearing
mouth.
a lot about myself. It's been great. Yeah, no, thank you. So I'll skip the tragedy of my teen years and my 20s, but I studied writing. I have a background in live action, so I worked as a writer with a lot of local stations for quite a few years, and then I shifted into commercials. In Cape Town to kind of grow my chops in that space, grew some heavy chops. And then I moved over into documentary film for a bit, which is a deep love of mine in the backdrops. While working on a film on the wildfires in Cape Town, a friend of mine, I was kind of actually wanting to shift out of that, and I didn't know where I was heading, and a friend of mine sent me a call out for writers, black female writers, on a Netflix series, and I just applied in June. I've never had engaged in animation before. I think a lot of people speak about that backdrop of it's not really something that you engage in your studies. Just doing film alone is something. So when you say animation, your parents are like, Dibo Bai, like I don't understand. So it wasn't a thing for me, but again, the idea of they were looking for black female African writers, that's my bite. I applied, I got the job, I met the amazing creator Malenga from Zambia, who's in the audience, special shout out. And worked on that project, really amazing, really impactful. Really a powerful experience. Again, never been in a room with all black female African writers, so you can only imagine. The show is now out on Netflix. It is amazing, please go watch. During that time, I started working with Triggerfish a little bit more, and then I got on Kia and the Kamoja Heroes as a co-executive creative consultant for Trigger. I know, it's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Is there power there?
Every time. It's a mouthful. But I'm co-executive creative consultant on the Kia and the Kamoja Heroes show. And during that time also, I joined Play Nice Pictures with Rafaela and Mark. Mark is one of the creators of Kia. Rafaela I met on Super Team 4. And we are just a collective of writers and development consultants who also wanted to kind of work in a kind of creative human way in a sense. So I think we all had careers where, you know, it's tough in this industry and we wanted to treat each other in a certain way. So we created kind of a company that runs like a writer's room. We work as a trio, duo, singularly, independently, whatever the case may be, but we act as a support group for each other as well, just on a human level as we journey through this creative process. And then during that time, Kizazi Moto came about. Never thought about directing until something presented, and Kizazi did, and the premise behind the anthology series was my calling, in essence, to be able to engage with 14 other African directors. I think we're 14. 14 other African directors, as well as the premise idea around, you know, what is our vision around a futuristic Africa, something aspirational, something bright, dabble in the sci-fi, and outside of that, space to just play. And you know we don't get those kind of platforms with machines like Disney in a sense. Opportunity to also present our country, our continent in a certain type of way, and to rep myself as a female embodied African.
Lovely.
So Kizazi came about, and in all of that mix, we still work in development. I really do champion and push the agenda around women in animation, in film and TV across the board. Recently stuck my face in Women in Animation South Africa chapter. Hope to really delve in there quite deeply. And that is really, I think, moving forward, kind of where my focus is. I still am writing, but I really do enjoy development work. Just from doing the panels and the travel around, we, you know, coming to really understand that access is one thing, but also I think the panelists are talking to getting the right kind of support, being able to help. I've seen a lot of amazing projects, met a lot of amazing creatives, and they just need that extra lift, that extra hold. Even when you're in these rooms, you know, you need somebody else in the room with you to help you feel comfortable, to see you, to hear you in the right ways. And I think that's really important in how we develop our stories and are able to express them in the right ways. So that's really my grind and what I push development work particularly.
Okay. Thanks, Apple. Back to the boys' club. Yeah, we only have the one girl. Next year I must change this panel. So back to the boys' club. From the industry. She's an intermediary. So yeah,
labels.
You see, yeah, you know. So Martinez, you know what I'm going to say. Don't get too technical, but tell me how much you want.
How much I want?
Yes, don't tell me this software and that software doesn't work. Enjoy, this is not this and that. Like, tell me how much you want, dude. Okay, let's get on with the business. So yeah, please tell us your background. Sorry. This is the arguments we always have when it gets too technical. I'm like, dude, I'm not an animator. I'm just here to do business with you guys. Please tell me how much you need. The softwares, that's your own problem. So yeah, please take us back to who Martinez is and where you are now.
Well, I think first, before we go back to Martinez, is we need to ask ourselves, you know, what is a Martinez? What is it that we want? So gather around, this story is long in telling, and many moons ago, actually you'll find that it's a bit of a copy-paste of Foster's story. Like him, I grew up watching animation. Like him, I was obsessed with animation. And then everyone thought I was crazy, and you know, I got gaslit into believing that animation is not real and you can't have a job. So I worked as a journalist first for a while. And then very, very, very quickly discovered that if I am going to fabricate stories and make them up for a living, I'd rather do so artistically. And then I started working in the animation industry. I've been a self-taught artist my whole life. The dream, the idea of frame-by-frame traditional animation back when we were kids, not gonna happen, right? It's not gonna happen. Everyone thinks it's impossible. I got laughed at in my face by my high school teachers when I asked, can we make anime? And then we made someone. We made Cécile Blondel from France, and she kind of made it possible, right? She said, well, you guys can come and study and do the master's degree at Gabon. And Foster was the first African to go. I followed suit soon after. It changed everything, right? Like suddenly we know, like, these are the things that we can do. This is what's possible. And you know what? It's not even that hard. It's actually not, it's not that impossible. There's a lot of things that we don't know. There's plenty of things we're ignorant of. But it's far more attainable if you just chip away at this goal sustainably every day. And you meet the right people, which you will if you just chip away at the goal sustainably every day. Whilst doing all of that, I think the niche that I fell into and found myself in, because you know I like to get a little technical every now and then, is as a trainer. I was a teacher before I worked professionally, which is quite the old switchery if you think about it. But I've been teaching at animation school, and I was at Gabon. Then I became a professor in Savannah College of Art and Design in the United States. Learned a great deal about the US industry through that, gathering contacts. And I actually worked in the US on a show called Archer. I don't know if you guys have watched that. It's pretty fun. I was very, very blessed to have the opportunity to be the lead storyboard artist there and to learn that actually I know absolutely nothing about storyboarding. That was all fun and games, but now I'm back, And the goal here, ultimately, the thing that I want, Joy, if I needed to summarize it, is we all know what anime is, right? We all look at anime and we know where it's from, and we know it's Japan. Within the next generation or so, I want people to feel the same about South African animation and African animation. I want us to have a unified narrative, a goal that is artistic, that is beautiful, that has a lasting impression, and that inspires our young ones to not want to go to Japan, which I would recommend you do. To not, go, I want to be like them, right? I'd rather you say, I want to be like us, right? That's what I want, in summary.
Lovely.
How much does it cost, Joy?
You must tell me. I'll tell him later. I hope you are not Shwashi when you're a journalist. Okay, then you're off the hook. Yes, Shwashi. So, moving on to the next question. As young people, how do you balance your challenges of being an entrepreneur or running a studio with your personal growth and your well-being in the industry? Because a lot of people are dealing with mental issues. A lot of females leave the industry because some of us are mothers. By the way, I have 4 kids. I'm a mother. I'm a boss. I'm all things, whatever. I have to make money for my teenagers to change these softwares every time. So I just need to get a sense of how do you keep the balance and how do you keep the business going as young people? Because it's also not easy for established studios, but how do you maintain the stability mentally, physically, and balancing everything that has to do with making sure that your business is successful? We'll start with you, Jose. I believe in going through. Yeah, but
I'm just next to you. So I think with me, one of the things I was blessed with early on after I graduated, I also got a scholarship to learn business studies. So during that process, I remember the first day, then our lecturer said that if you're going to get into business and you're not willing to lose everything that you have at some point in time, then forget about it. And then he put a massive pizza, and then he said, how much are you willing not to take in order to gain? And then, of course, a lot of people, they just took a whole bunch of pizzas and stuff like that. And I remember I just took one out, and he says, the rest is yours, because you understand, sometimes in business, you're going to have to lose something in order to gain something more. So those principles, having understanding the value chain, that there is a value chain in every business. And then when I got me as a creative, it's always nice when people, they give you thumbs up when you see a billboard or something creative, and you walk away home, and then you've got nothing to show for it in terms of food and really getting, life going. So on my side, because I have had that understanding, that as much as I am a creative, I need to make this creative thing work. I need to make this thing make money. So that's why for me, understanding the fundamentals of being a producer, that is my first and most important goal. So on that path, I started a second business because I knew that animation was not going to sustain me from the get-go. I got involved into tire business. I mean, creative tire business, it's like a bad salad altogether. So I thought I did that for 3 years. And all the profits I got, that's when I started actually paying off my staff. For a period of about 5 years, I was not earning a salary from the creative studio. Everything would go to the staff members because the other one was able to sustain me. And then once I was able now to go and venture out with the NAVFs and really get some grant funding coming in, knowing the intention that is still not meant for me, but for the team at large. Because the understanding is, if I have a team and a pool of skillful individuals, it's easy for me to get to corporate, to advertising, and still even pursue my dream. So to keep myself sane, I pray a lot, number one. I got 2 kids, 2 daughters, they keep me busy. And every now and then when I come up with a story, I tell it, they laugh it back at me, they are my audience. So if it's like they tell you, papa, then I'm not gonna change this thing, this is not bad. Literally I do that, And apart from that, I've surrounded my team. I was blessed enough that the team that I have, all of us, we're unique and we're different, but whenever there is a challenge, even if there was a point, if maybe something did not come through, And it's a culture that I have started. When you come into Ken Studios, I make sure that I sit with individuals. Number one, I understand where they come from, where they live, how many they're in the house, because I know that those personal issues, as much as we say, like, leave your personal issues at home, don't bring them here, that's not going to work.
Follow you.
If your boyfriend is crazy, the craziness, he's going to rock up here with a knife there outside. So those are the things that I get to understand, my team as a whole. And then from there, once I get to know them at that personal level, and when they see that I do care, it's easy even if we have to put in extra hours. And knowing that right now, I don't have 40K to give you, but they know that we're working towards that goal. And they get confident in the whole structure. Part of it is having gone through that process, they understand that their sacrifice will be rewarded at a particular time, and they see the efforts me also pushing forward. And they strike that nice balance at a humane level. And half of the time, they bring more solutions. Actually, when I ask them, I also engage them in executive decisions, not all of them, but the ones that I know they impact them. And then once I get that feedback, then it makes it easy for me, because I know that I'm not one. I've got a group of people that I'm responsible for, and when they feel that, they also matter. It's easy for me just to steer that ship.
You didn't mention your wife at all, or your girlfriend.
No,
she's not part of your support structure. It's
my
fine. Let's go. It's fine.
No, she's
I've
fine.
got it's fine. No, I'm coming to Lesotho. Are you still running a boys' club at Hidden Hand? Ross? Okay, Kay? Okay, I'll forgive you. It's fine. Kay? Okay. Now, you listen. Nice one. Yeah. Women are nurturers. You need that balance. So tell us about how you run your business thing. Make it the right.
So sustainability, that's what we're asking. So from the very get-go, we understood when we started the Hidden Hand that the kind of animation that we are trying to do is not here yet. So it was going to be hard for us. So the first thing we did was get a French client to do service work for them. And I remember the day where we decided, where Ross was resigning from his job, I just came back. We were super broke. He took his sister's car, came to Deep Kloof, to my little room. We borrowed 20 rand from my mother to buy cigarettes. And I had to convince him, because he could get the loan to get the two softwares we needed, which is TD Paint 11. And he did it. And yeah, many years later, we are here now. But I think we're not good at protecting ourselves, so we have surrounded ourselves with people that protect us. We have Kaya Kun over there, who is the co-founder of Those Production Girls, and she is the EP. She probably has a Hidden Hand spreadsheet open right now on there.
No, I know those spreadsheets, don't worry.
Exactly.
Good Friday, we spend Good Friday looking at those spreadsheets.
Exactly. So we have, working with Kaya's company as the executive producer for our studio, and it's elevated the studio so much and the lead.
Oops.
Sorry.
God, yeah, fire. That's how powerful you are.
Yeah. So, it's elevated us and alleviated so much from us, but we are held accountable to a lot. Like you said, you said you're going to deliver. Like after this, we have to go deliver another project. And speaking about the team, as you were saying, Kosi, we trust our team, hence we can both be here. And we know the work is going on. They're probably updating us on our phones and on Discord and whatnot, but we trust our teams. And we've made it a space where, so all of our employees, most of them, come from Simulhom because we train a certain way here. There's a level that we have attained here. And all of them are familiar with us, and they really love the work that we do, because when you get into animation, you're not looking to model a rock or a tree. You saw anime, and that's what you want to do. And we're doing a similar thing with traditional 2D drawn animation. And then we have little things where we have their birthdays, buy cake, we play hacky every day after work, and then on Fridays after 3 there's gaming days, and that keeps them motivated, because of course we're trying to pay them as much as we can, as much as they deserve. But just that looking forward to coming to work. Last time on Monday we were at Comic-Con and they were at work, even though we told them it's a holiday, stay home. We have created a little family away from home. And some of them are not even from Joburg, so we are the family that they have here. And that's the idea of sustainability that we have. We surround ourselves with people that support us, because we try to do everything. and you actually can't. So you need people that can design better than you, animate better than you, and if they can't, you train them so you can give them the trust eventually. And yeah, even Lola is one of our people. We worked on the. Why are you giving that KFI? Because she's at Simulukong. She's my people.
She's a Simulukong
Yeah,
employee.
she's my people, Lola.
Hey.
So the head and hand did Lola's lady trailer. And she gives us so much trust in that regard because we are good. It's what we do. And even that, it's support. Even, I know she's bringing money into the company, but she's bringing visibility to the head and hand. And yeah, I can go on forever, guys. There's so much, but let's give other people a chance.
Okay. Keep saying young, and it's new generation. So Magdalene, obviously, animation, it's a new space for you. And we just came back from the most successful, the most awesome DFM. I think it was business as usual. People have upped their game. And I think coming from COVID to having one of the most attended, I think even killed MIP Africa. Like we didn't have the energy to go to MIP Africa after DFM. So how do you keep the balance? How do you make sure that the festival is a success?
It's a very difficult question you're asking because the standard we set this year, we've got to better it next year. And that's the pressure we put on ourselves.
Yeah, as long as the chair means. That's fine.
Look, it's a lot of hard work. We've got a DFM, Durban Film Art Institute, we've got a very good team. A shout out to I know that some of them are watching now. Without the team and the effort that they put, the extra mile that they put in the work, you would not have seen a successful DFM. Like I mentioned earlier, we are new to animation. So we had to do a lot of research, a lot of background work, understanding the industry, understanding who the players are, understanding who the investors are, and for us, it's still an ongoing thing. We are trying to attract, for next year's DFM, it's high on our list to ensure that we get everybody around that table. We were pleased with who we had this year at the pitching forum for the animators, but it's not where we're aiming to go. And I think that next year, that's one of our goals. Balancing live action, that's really taken off, and Durban Film Art has created that support for the filmmakers. We want to do exactly the same for the animation field. We know that there's this gap in the industry where the ecosystem at the moment does not have that market, and we've created that space, so we have to ensure that we do our best to make sure you have something next year. So the thing that we're working hard on, and if there's any funders out there, is we need the funders to come on board, because to put together a space for animators to thrive, for filmmakers to thrive, for the investors to come, we need funders to support the work that we're doing. So one of the biggest jobs we're doing now is fundraising. But yeah, we're looking forward to next year's DFM, and I'm hoping that everyone will be there. We're really pleased to have partners like Fakugesi, who we know adds to the value chain in the industry. Yeah.
Sorry, we're running out of time. We have to pace up a little bit. Yep. Jungo, if you can quickly take us through, how you balance, I think we spoke yesterday to some point where you said you had a hard year. Jungo? Jungo, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Last year, we spoke briefly. Sorry. Okay.
Well, I'm only 3 months away from 30, so I think I'm still young. So I don't know if I can offer advice to other people. The only thing I can say is fail fast is something that I did not know about. I failed over a period of like 6 months before I went to DFM. It was like being stabbed in slow motion. So I think I don't know this question of balance. I'm trying to find it myself, but I think learn to fail quickly as possible, learn to take rejection. We were talking with Lola. She was rejected for a few things like consecutively, like in a few hours, in a few days. And I was just telling her like the same thing happened to me. So just learn to fail quickly, and you learn stuff. And then you learn to find the balance. So when you fail, you learn to calibrate your life based on what's best for you. So yeah, I don't have good advice to offer you. You will fail. Good luck when it happens.
Sorry, guys. I know I used to be on the other side where I was rejecting. Now I'm getting rejections. Support quickly, please. Yeah.
Well, I'm 2 years from 40, so I don't know what that means. But, and I have a 15-year-old daughter, so I am a mom as well. And something that I kind of had to make a strong decision on when I had her was, I know we have this theory that, you know, your children come first, but I raised her understanding that she comes first and I come just before her. In functionality-wise, that was the idea. So throughout my career, I've always taken her along with me in a certain kind of way, so she understood that my work is not just work, you know, it's how I breathe, you know, it's my politics, it's my religion, it forms who I am as her mother. So taking her along the journey is how I kind of balanced her out, and just raising an independent kid as well helps, you know, in terms of not being able to be there time-wise, and having a supportive partner and friends is very effective and helpful. In terms of the work, I think my best example around successful working and balancing that out would be Kizazi Moto. Again, why I jumped on that project was an opportunity to be in such a power position, which wasn't really a power position, but it was a power position where I could test out what kind of director I wanted to be and work in a certain type of way. And in the same way, Play Nice Works kind of prove, okay, you can also do this as a director, work holistically, organically, work as a human creative and not just work. So with the team that we had, you know, making sure that we were as diverse and inclusive as possible in certain ways, but also pushing a certain kind of agenda around working with African creatives. So with our production team, working with an Egyptian studio, Giraffics was very important to me. Having women in certain creative positions. I know there seems to be a lacking of women in producer positions, but in my career, I've seen there's a lacking of women in just other creative departments, so making sure that was being fulfilled in my team to the best of their abilities, but also understanding that I need to feed my project, so I'm still hiring the best people for the job, but we're still gonna push female bodies in that sense. Also, you know, I think we spoke about personal interactions with your teams. That is very important to me, understanding who people are behind the scenes when they go home, the kind of environment that they're in, having meetings with my team in the interviews, knowing who has kids, who's, you know, got grandmothers, whatever the case may be, because that affects how they work in the same way it affects how I work. So having that exchange was really important. Collaborating with my team was also really important. Yes, it's my film, but it's our film. Words matter, so using those kind of words with my team gives them ownership over our film, which only makes them apply more passion towards what we're doing. So ownership and collaboration was really important. There was certain stages of the film where I let my assistant director make decisions. I let my art director, he did my post for grade. I wasn't even in the room because at the beginning of the project, we worked on it so hard. He understood the story, he understood the vision, he understood me enough that I could allow him to take on those positions the same way I allowed my AD, who is a young female, to take on certain positions that I don't think she would have had an opportunity to have, in the same way other women particularly gave me those kind of opportunities. So ownership, collaboration, having a diverse team, being inclusive in ways that really, really matter, in ways that allow people to see that you see them as humans who are also just trying to hustle and work, is what made my film what I think it is, which is a fantastic film, regardless of kind of how it's absorbed. We did a thing and we did it well, so we're good to go. But those are kind of the important things that keeps me balanced and keeps the work flowing in a certain type of way and has people clapping for me.
Nice. You wanna close with a bang, Martinez? Let's do this thing.
With a bang?
Yeah, a big one.
That's the secret to all sustainable animation everywhere is you need to do more jujitsu. No, but in all seriousness, I very firmly believe that art is the tongue through which culture speaks, right? And what I mean by that is, as artists, we actually have a burden and a responsibility on ourselves. We can't just draw pictures. We can't just make media, right? We have to actually know what it is, the culture that we're trying to create, the culture we are part of, the culture where we come from, and how all of these things intermingle. So for me, personally, what I want and what I try and promote in the studio is everyone needs to be informed not on animation, but like you need to read, you need to be able to argue, you need to have the ability to have discussions clearly, concisely, get your point across. And these are the types of things that are so lacking in South Africa in general, right? Like we all just go through high school and you tick the boxes and you pass. Animation is not a box ticking job, right? It's not a rubric where I can mark things down. So on our side, the Nine Old Men also used to say this, to create the illusion of life, you actually have to have a life, right? So I do actually mean it when I say jiu-jitsu, but not specifically jiu-jitsu, if that's not your thing. But you have to go out, my team, right? They have to do stuff that's not just sitting in front of the computer and making animation, because it's an empty vessel if it doesn't have some sort of meaning or tie to that which you believe in. Or tied to that which you come from, right? So that cultural relevance is something I try and promote, and is very important to me as a lead.
I see you throwing shade at me. I tick boxes because my funders want me to tick boxes, and they always push back. They're like, "We're not gonna tick boxes." I'm like, hey, I have to, report to someone. Thank you, guys. Thank you. This was wonderful. I hope you had fun, and I hope I did a good job.
Thank you.
Can you rate me out of 10? Joking. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the festival. We don't have time for questions.
No, unfortunately, we don't have any time
Can we
for
take
questions.
one or two quickly? I can break the rules, remember?
Yeah. We have time for one question. One.
Okay, we'll have to vote for who goes first. Okay, two, I guess, yeah. Ladies only. We'll talk after Dr. Zama.
Great work, Joy, and the panel, and congratulations to the new generation of African animation. My name is Dr. T from Keblo Studios. I was at Comic-Con over the weekend, and I got to learn that the global animation size is the size of the South African GDP. I was shocked. Madeleine, why do you think institutional investors find it hard to invest in animation, and how can we change that?
To whomst is the question directed to
Oh, yes, but anybody else can also answer, but that was to you because you said you're looking for money.
I don't know why it's so hard for investors to put their money in animation. Maybe because it's a long process. Maybe it's new. I know with governments, our national government, they have just recently been doing research into it. What are the outputs? What are the areas that they need to invest in? So I think it is new, but that newness is generating or growing very strongly. I know with the NFEF, they've created a lot more opportunities or grant opportunities for animators. I think it's a long road to go. We have a long road to go. And the stats that you've just given, I don't think that our national governments actually know that. As a whole, Africa, it's very difficult. It's not just in animation, but if you look at the film industry as a whole, there's not much support, financial support in the film industry. South Africa is doing a lot better than the rest of Africa, but I think our government needs to be taught this. Yes, exactly. We won't say what you did. But yeah, I think they're learning, and I think there's research happening, and I think we should just give them a little bit more time, and we'll get there.
Okay, can we quickly go to the next question?
Hi, I'm Dimpo. I'm a student at the animation school, so hi,
Hi, Dimpo.
So my question is more of like, we are taught that certain softwares are industry standard, and you need to learn this software and this software and this software. But when I was looking at the ads, I saw people using Blender. So I'm just saying how important it is with software. And
answering this one.
Yeah, to Martina.
Yeah.
And also, I'm just I'm a big fan. Big fan. So how important it is to just stick to one software, or is it like we like you can do any other software as long as you're really good at like the animation stuff? And also, what would define like? Oh, sorry.
Okay, one question.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. Then sorry.
Okay, can we answer that quickly? They're kicking me off
You can
the
ask
stage.
you can
I'm
ask me the
about
next
to
question
fall
when
off
we're
the
done.
stage.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me on this? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. All right. So the answer is yes and no. Yes, software is important. Okay, because if you're working for a certain studio and the studio is working with Toon Boom Harmony, right? They don't necessarily have time to train you up in Toon Boom Harmony, right? So they're gonna obviously ask, can you work in Toon Boom Harmony, right? So in the case of I specifically want to plug into a specific studio and go specifically do work for that studio, yes, it is important to be able to use Harmony or to use Maya or to use whatever the studio is. You're not gonna walk into a studio and say, but I'm a TV Paint guy. That's never going to happen. I'm gonna kick you out very, very quick,
Unfortunately,
right?
Martinez, I have to cut you short there. We have to move on to our next panel.
Okay, you
I'm
can
so, so
continue
sorry.
the conversation after
Yes,
this. Everyone
please.
is still here. So whoever didn't get a chance to ask
Thank you so much to our
Okay.
wonderful panelists. Thank you so much to everyone for being engaging. Please leave their mics on the stage. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being so engaged and asking so many questions. All right. Our next panel will be gamifying our lives. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. Wow. What a great panel. Very insightful, very engaging.
We're gonna play the yoga video, and then the people that are in the room are gonna come back on.
Keep it together. Afuzo, you come to the stage. Should we just sit there?
I need to be seated there.
Yes, sit there.
I want to stand here.
Go sit
When
there.
you said I must stand at the podium.
At the podium. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be giving in about a minute or two. Please grab your seat. Our next panel will be gamifying our lives.
It's going good. Let's just keep on time. Please don't.
And we'll be bringing together emerging gaming studios and how they highlight African culture through gaming. Thank you so much.
I must stand here.
Okay. Go get night. Okay. Alrighty. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Okay.
How do I start the conversation? Oh God.
I'll introduce you,
Yes.
and then from there we can just move from there. Don't worry. You got this. You got this. You got this. You got this. We will be beginning in a few moments. Okay. Hi. Only two. Okay, that's fine. Okay, no worries. Okay. Hello, 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 hello. All right.
We're running late, but that when we do serve lunch after this session, we will also be having a during lunch panel, which is the flow panel. It's going to happen during lunch.
Okay.
For 30 minutes. Okay.
For the publication.
Yeah, flow publication. I forget, it's a school. Can you see which school it is on advance?
Isn't it the School of Digital Art?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I'm looking for you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And don't forget to tell them that there are bathrooms downstairs. Towards the end.
okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning in a few moments. Just turn on the volume. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning in a couple of minutes. You are free to walk around, grab a coffee, make some friends. We'll be beginning shortly in about 5 minutes. If you need directions as to where the bathrooms are, just past the canteen, turn right. That's where the toilets are, just down here. Our Wi-Fi password is #moreflowyes. Log on to Fakugesi, please. Our Wi-Fi password is #moreflowyes. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, please grab your seats. We are about to begin the Gamifying Our Lives panel. Please settle down, please settle down. All right. I need everyone to do me a favor. Please turn to your left. Please turn to your right. Please say, hey, neighbor. Please say it one more time. Please say, hey, neighbor. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. So the Gamifying Our panel, the Gamifying Our Lives panel, is about bringing together emerging game studios who use gaming to bring together African culture to life. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Avuzo Njongwana, who is the founder of South Game Studios, and she's a programmer as well. Please welcome to the stage Avuzo Njongwana, everybody. Yes. Come find. All right. Avuzo, please take it away. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us today, and thank you for this day. Firstly, I would like to introduce my panel with me. I have Erica, sorry, I've got Eric, sorry, Eric, from Fakugesi Studios, and I've got Kushal from Pineapple on Pizza Studios. Please. Thank you very much for having us. And then online, I have Gillian from Ioba, and I've got Dean and Stevie from Red Rekika in Madagascar, and I've got Dean from Kenya, and I've got Gillian from Ioba. Thank you for having us, and thank you for this day. So I'm just gonna get right into it. So our theme this year in our panel discussion for gaming is gamifying our lives. And the question I just want to pose today is, how do you define gamifying our lives from an African cultural perspective and everyday life? And I think I'll just start with anyone that, I think the guys here on studio, Eric, I'll rephrase the question again. And also guys, this is a panel discussion. We're welcome to, discuss and put on our views. How do you define gamifying our lives from an African cultural perspective in everyday life?
Okay, cool. I think I'll just open the floor. I think that's a bit of a nuanced question. Gamifying our lives is the process of implementing game systems, game features into things that aren't normally considered games. So achievements, progress, those kinds of aspects, point systems, and when you start to bring in the idea of, okay, how do we make this culturally relevant? We maybe have to start looking at culturally relevant games as the source of those systems that we implement into these gamification processes. So looking at what games already exist that people are familiar with, that people enjoy in Africa and in specific contexts, because there are a number of games that are quite old and are culturally specific, that we learn about, Murabaraba, and so on and so forth, mainly board games. So maybe part of making it culturally relevant in gamification is, as I said, looking at those specific contexts, specific games, and how we can apply the mechanics that they use into the gamification process in our lives. Yeah, there's something.
Amazing. I think basically what I got from that is just simplifying our everyday lives and taking some elements of gaming and putting it into something that would have been boring. Awesome. Kushal?
Hello there. Hello there, everyone. Okay, so from my point of view, gamifying in Africa is an entirely different thing from the rest of the world. And primarily, that's because of access to technology. We are quite behind in terms of the rest of the world in terms of that. So gamifying our lives in terms of a more international sense has spread things like jobs and training and things like that. But I think in terms of Africa, we have to look at more accessible ways of implementing gamification and larger and more impactful ways. And for example, on something like that is, I think, education. Education is a big field where in African countries we're also a bit behind. And right now, compared to the last 10 years, there's so much more access to technology for everyone at lower price points. Previously, it used to only be that the wealthy had access to the internet, had access to mobile devices, and now almost, a large population of the country and the continent have mobile phones in their pockets with access to tons of information. And so when we look at that, we have to look at how can we gamify things that are actually going to make a large impact. And with one of those things, like I've said, I think education is a big thing, helping the children and creating better ways for kids to learn, more accessible ways for them to learn, taking a bit of a load off of teachers while also allowing for just more ways to benefit the population of Africa as a whole and bring us up to that international standard that the rest of the world is sitting at.
Nice, amazing. Gillian, I think this goes to you as, how do we define gamifying our lives from an African perspective, African cultural perspective in everyday life, also just aligning with Ayoba and the platform itself and the games that are published in Ayoba?
Thank you so much. And first, an apology to everyone that I couldn't be there in person because the dreaded flu virus struck me down. And I'm just grateful I'm able to be here at all yesterday and with no voice. So yes, as you guys have just seen, Ayoba is one of the sponsors of the event. And looking at the amazing speakers on this panel, we stand as the publisher on the panel, which is quite different to most of the voices we'll hear today in terms of being developers and being on the other side of the creative process. And it is a very interesting place to be in, because as Ayoba, we're very committed to working with African content. Our hashtag is Made in Africa for the World, and let me tell you guys, that's not as easy as it may seem, because there are so many game studios in other areas of the world, notably China, India, and the US, who are far more established and who do things, where they've had 5-10 years to work their gaming platforms and to iron out all those efficiencies and to come down in price and to provide all those things that publishers look for. But the opportunity to work with African gaming studios is really what is important to us. And I think the education point extends into support from the market, because we also need people playing the African games to give the message to the publishers that this is what we want, so that publishers will invest more and support more on the African games. So I think the education point is incredibly important, no matter which side of the creative process you sit on.
Amazing. I see we've got Max that has joined us, Max Masao from Kenya as well. Welcome, Max. We'll just move on to Dean. Are we still connected? Okay, we'll just move on to Dean and hear your thoughts on how you define gamifying our life from an African and cultural perspective in everyday life. Excuse me, Dean, could you just up your voice a little bit? We can't seem to hear you this side. Yeah, it's a little bit shaky, but we can hear you. Much better, thank you. That's amazing. Gamifying our lives, not in the present, but also in our past. I love that. Stevie, and hi. What are your thoughts on gamifying our lives? How do you define that from an African cultural perspective? Also on the game that you guys have currently built right now, which is very in tune with your culture and heritage preservation, making sure that you're using landscapes. How does that speak to you guys? How does that speak to the type of games that you build?
process. We do something and we have something out of it. So there's a feedback loop in everything we do in general. So what we do is we look around us. We all know about Madagascar and its situation in terms of politics, in terms of geography, and we take all those, I would not say all the issues, but everything that makes us who we are as a country, as a culture, and we try to translate that as faithful as possible in our game, whether it is the good things or the bad things. We feel that we have the responsibility to translate that in our games. So our games is about politics and adventure. So we take everything that is happening in politics here and we translate that in our game, whether it's funny or not funny at all. But I think gamifying our life and our culture is should be done that way. And that's my take on it.
Okay, lovely. Max, thank you for joining us. In your understanding, knowing that your studio is also very aligned with building games that are African, how would you define, in Jewel Studio, defining gamifying our lives in an African cultural perspective and our everyday lives? Sorry, Max, we can't hear you properly. Could you just raise your voice a bit? Yes.
Perfect. Hi everyone. So for me, I think what everyone has said is super relevant from what Dean said in terms of our history heading to what Stevie has said, in terms of doing it in every day. I think for us, the most powerful thing about gamification is being able to put the player in another's shoes, in another perspective, and have them go through it in another perspective. I think this helps them understand or helps them to see in different perspectives, different approaches, and allows them to connect with different experiences that they may not have gone through already. So I think that's the powerful thing in terms of shedding light on different perspectives and the fact of adding interactions as well in terms of the games also increases the level of engagement. So for me, just looking at that aspect of putting players in different perspectives and allowing interactions that increase engagement, I think these are what make games really powerful. I think that we should incorporate them in kind of every part of our lives or activities that we do nowadays. Yeah.
Thank you very much. One thing I've gathered from this question and our theme this year in Gamifying Our Lives is that we all have the same goal when it comes to producing and, gamifying our games, even with publishers like Ayoba, that they really tell an African story behind and, taking our everyday life and really making it simple for someone else to understand, and also just raising awareness through the games that we build. So I think that's really lovely. So my next question then will be, I'm seeing that there's a lot in the type of stories in the games that we can actually develop, or gamify a lot that's happening in the world or in Africa. What are some of the challenges faced by young African studios when trying to match cultural representation with gaming or gamifying, if I may? And I'd like to start with the panel that's here with us. Eric or Kushal, you could go.
Sure. I'll start off. So I think one of the biggest and most systemic challenges that we face from the sort of cultural perspective of producing African games for a local market is a lack of appetite just within the consumers themselves. So to put an example, for the game that we recently published, we did a graphics experiment. So what we did was we set up two icons for our app. We had one icon with a background that was just some shiny coins, and one icon with the South African flag on the background. And we tested, okay, so half of the people who visited our store listing looked at one icon, and the other half looked at the other icon. And the icon with the South African flag performed 20% worse than the non-identifiable icon. So from that experiment, you can see already that for some reason, and this is an observation I've seen made in a couple of articles that speak towards animation as well, there isn't a particular appetite among Africans for the local content. And potentially part of this problem is a track record of low quality products, and that consumers have come to develop this attitude that if it's made in Africa, it's not going to be as good as something that's made foreign. So one of the potential ways that we can try readdress this issue of a lack of appetite among local consumers is setting really high standards for ourselves in the products that we release to the market. Yeah.
Lovely. Well, I want to follow up with a question, but we'll move on in that. Kushal?
So just adding on what Eric said, I think as the technology has developed and more technology has come to South Africa, we were exposed to a large amount of international content, and that's very Eurocentric content. So in terms of what Eric's saying, there is that kind of disdain for local content because we've been fed so much of this other international content, and there hasn't really been enough African content to draw people in. So it really comes down to, we have such a huge demographic, so many diverse cultures. How do we cater to all of those, and how do we prove to them all that we're doing this right, that we're living up to a standard that can compete on an international level? And it's a lot of hard work, I think, especially Eric can agree, from the studio side to develop games that can cater to such a large audience, such a broad audience, while still maintaining that kind of uniqueness and connecting to each player on an individual level.
Wow, amazing. And I'm just going to go in line and I'll just rephrase the question once more. What are some of the challenges faced by young African studios when trying to match cultural representation with gaming? Anyone can go. Or Dean, you can go. You could answer that for us. Yeah. Lovely. Gillian, I think with this specific question, I want to phrase it in a sense where when players are publishing their games on IOBA, do they find any challenges, or do you see any challenges that they might have when they match their cultural representation in their games, and how maybe they might find themselves maybe not, you know, I guess not talking, not portraying their games way more because they don't want to be too cultural, or you find it's, I don't know if you get my question.
And what I want to encourage everyone is, as Ayoba has done, target an African customer. Because when working with game studios, what they so often tell us is they're not targeting African customers. They're saying, well, the African market's too small, it's too underdeveloped, and we're rather going to use our African culture to target an American customer to whom it is very novel. And while there's enormous merit in doing that, and maybe it's an easier business case, and maybe it's all of our responsibility to also carry culture to other countries. As long as you are not targeting an African customer, we will not build an African market.
That.
So I think that is very important. And while I have the microphone, I want to give a shout out to the pineapple and pizza guys that are sitting right there, who won our gaming hackathon, which we ran at Chinalcon in a space where we were all sitting today, because they used, you know, the brightly, which is so South African. And I'm assuming, because I've not had the opportunity to ask them this question, that they're targeting a South African audience with that, and perhaps, you know, even broader. And I think that is so commendable. And I was very encouraged to see at that hackathon how many people chose to take, you know, their, you know, I can't say African cultural items, the culture that made sense to them as the angle for their game. But that's the only way to import it. Not for just be playing American games.
Lovely. I think everyone's everyone's answer is kind of leading to my next question, which I'm a little bit excited about. But I want to hear Stevie and Max's views on the question. Stevie, what are your views on the question? What are some of the challenges faced by African studios when Lovely. Thank you so much, Stevie. I think everyone's question is really leading up to, and I think I really do want us to kind of go into it. But let's go into Max's view. Max, what are some of the challenges faced by young African studios when trying to merge our African or cultural representation with gaming? Max, we cannot hear you.
I was just saying, I think I generally agree with everyone. I think for me there's something to be said about funding. I don't think enough dollars are going towards this. Recently I was in a shoot maybe 2 weeks ago where it was a foreign group shooting in Africa, and we ran out of money, and immediately they got on a phone call, and within 30 minutes they had fundraised some more. If this was a purely African shoot, that conversation would be different. It would have taken a lot longer to get that extra budget. So I think there's not enough dollars that are going towards this, and I feel like a lot more should be going towards it.
Lovely. So what I'm getting is there's a point I took from Eric where, I mean, you have a representation and gamify our everyday life, and we don't get enough or interested people. So I think my follow-up question was that, what would you define as an African mechanics versus other mechanics? Because I tend to find myself in the gaming sector as well that I don't think we really have enough mechanics in our game that really speak to who we are. And maybe I think sometimes I get to think maybe that's the reason why when we produce games, we don't get a lot of people to engage with our games. And I just want to get your thoughts on that. That could be maybe, is it maybe we don't have the mechanics that really speak to us? We've used so many of the mechanics that are already in the gaming rather than really using mechanics that really speak to us. And so what would you define as an African mechanics in a game or in gamifying something that is our everyday life?
I think it's a bit of a tricky topic to speak to specifically in terms of mechanics coming from specific cultures or regions. So, for example, if I'd ask you to list what is a South American game mechanic, what is a Chinese game mechanic, there aren't specific answers to that either, in the same way that there isn't an answer to what is an African game mechanic. So I think when we start to think about mechanics and culture, specifically to Africa, we need to start thinking more holistically about how we use mechanics that aren't specifically specific to any culture within a system to represent experiences that are African. So, for example, one thing that I think is interesting that we've been playing around with is using light. So because of load shedding and the South African experience of having to deal with darkness in different ways, then we can start to think about how we're creating an experience that's relatable using a mechanic. So I think the important thing is not whether the mechanic is specific to a region, but how we use those mechanics together to create experiences that we can relate to on the continent.
Lovely.
So coming off of what Eric said, it's my opinion that the mechanics aren't really cultural in that sense. What we should be focusing on is how we use mechanics just as a general way in terms of correctly and respectfully displaying the cultural content without offending people, because at the end of the day, you also have to make a game that is going to be entertaining. So in that sense, mechanics have to be considered as that. But you also do have to consider that cultural aspect and respecting that. So I think it's about finding that line where you're like, you can do the game thing that you want to do and still incorporate that cultural aspect in a way that respects it and kind of draws in the people who are familiar with it.
Lovely. I'll go online. Gillian, what's your take on that question? Would you define as an African mechanics versus, or how would you define African mechanics in a game, or other mechanics rather? Yeah. Lovely. Stevie, do we still have you there?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So my take on African mechanics is a bit the same way as I think it was Eric was saying. It's a tricky question, and also other parts of the world who were shipping games for a long time in United States, Europe, and Japan. They have a long gaming history. So there's a big background on game making. So it's enough to help us define in some way what kind of mechanics you can expect from let's say a Japanese game, what kind of mechanics you can expect from a European game, and same goes for the American games. But in Africa, we don't have that much game making history at all. So I think it's too early to define such an African specific game mechanic. But I think it's up to us here in the South and all the studios across Africa to define that throughout history. So I think we have the standard, and as Kylian said, one way to achieve that is through collaboration, but in the long run it would be cool to see independent Africans winning awards independently from just collaboration, but we have to make room for the time being.
Lovely. Collaboration. I love it. I want to phrase this question next to Dean. Dean, I know that your studio has been working with partnerships like Microsoft, Ubisoft, being one of the few studios to form these partnerships. What challenges did you face in aligning with the global brands, and what were the rewarding aspects with that as well?
Yeah,
Mm.
On the time I was supposed to get 40,000 views in like a week, which was super, super exciting for us.
Mm.
Right? So, and what I did is that for the global partners, they, I think, connected with that, with the challenge we were trying to figure out. They weren't able to meet a lot of other African studios that were trying to do that, but really studios from all over the world. And we, as a result of that, were able to at least get someone to listen to us. And fortunately, when they listened, it did align with what they were trying to achieve, right? They were trying to support not only mobile and simpler games, but they're also trying to support PC and console games. So I think the identity of going in African game development, it's possible to succeed at game, right?
Yeah.
Some of the biggest and best studios in Africa are mobile game studios, right? And they get millions of players from all over the world, right? And then slowly we're getting a similar level of exposure and interest in the PC and console game development. So it's been a really interesting journey for us. I said be as ambitious as possible, try to make a game that you're super proud of. And for us being African, we think of it as the second step. Our tagline is make great African games, and then make great comes first. So the game has to be great. That's really step one, right? And then African really connects to that.
That's amazing. And we're running out of time. And I just want to part with just one last question to Gillian. I think I wanted to ask this is the last question. Gillian, Ayoba is sitting at 25 million monthly active users and so many streaming options out there. How is Ayoba using the game elements to be different and keep users engaged? Yay!
So, what we are doing is trying to focus on the African games angle, and we're actively looking for studios and game developers to partner with. And going back to what Keith said, we can only work with HTML5 games because we can embed them in CF, and of course we can't work with anyone who's building for Android, which is such a sad thing for us because there are some amazing games out there. So what we're doing is just trying to help build a market where we put our local games first. So we're working with various different partners on the continent, doing hackathons and things like that, and trying to use that because if I can leave everyone here with one message, it's help everyone here build your market. If you're trying to make a name for yourself as an African game developer, go and look at other African games, download them, play them, help them get publicity, because we're all in this together. We all have to build this market together. It doesn't help that you want to be an African games developer and you only play American games. You're not helping to build your own market. So that's what's really, really important for me.
Thank you so much. I have so many questions, but we've run out of time, and I'd like to thank my panel, Eric, Kushel, Gillian, Stevie, and Dan. Oh, we actually have time for a Q&A. So I don't know if we'd like to have some questions on the floor that we might want to ask, or if we have some views that we might want to add. Yes?
Hi, my name is Kabelo from Cablo Studios, which is an animation studio. It's not actually a question, it's a comment. So I actually have played Taxi Ranked, and the reason why I downloaded it was because I realized it was like a Subway Surfer, so there's that universal mechanics that you were all talking about, but it had that South African context because I'm a taxi driver driving terribly, trying to collect coins and running away from the police. So it is proof. Here's a player who actually bought the game and who's proof of what you were trying to do. So I just wanted to share that comment.
Amazing, amazing. Any questions?
Questions, comments?
Comments?
You know those people, my question is more of a comment, people. Where are you guys?
I mean, I do have a last question. We can.
Just a general question. Hi, it's Monica from Westgrow. What would you like to have known before you became fancy studio owners with all these great partnerships and having Ayoba sponsor, you on panels like this? I mean, you're just starting out. What would you have liked to have told yourself? Thank you.
I think one of the biggest things and one of the biggest hurdles in terms of access to knowledge has been the publishing and distribution phase of making a game. So we have the knowledge in terms of building the code, making the assets, but when it comes to being the ones in control of getting our game out there, maintaining ownership, and building an audience, there's less knowledge out there, and there's less resources out there for monetization strategies, marketing strategies, understanding different marketing platforms. That information is something that I think we would have really benefited from having more from the start.
Lovely. We have another question.
My question is about sort of the idea of collaboration, but outside of gaming. So in terms of, there are many games that have been developed into TV series and film series. So is there any sort of experiences or any approaches that you have heard of African games branching into other media?
So I think there's a lot of room for that. I mean, games I consider is a combination of a lot of other art forms. You have music, you have art, you have animation. So there's even more room for that. And for like one of our games, for example, we just had our game Bri Guy, and we've noticed a lot of good feedback for that. So one of the things we've been considering is things like comic books, things that are more accessible, things that we could print out, give to people at a lower cost rate, where they can still be exposed to the content, still connect with the general material and what it's supposed to do and how it's supposed to connect with South Africans especially. And that's just an add-on, and it just expands the IP of what you're trying to do, and it just expands the scope of everything, and it makes it a lot easier to get a bigger reach and hopefully better funding.
Lovely. There was one question I wanted to pose to Max. I know, Max, you also distribute and you're also into esports with your company. And as you distribute the Afrocentric games to a global audience, how do you ensure that it's a gamified experience, not only to entertain, but to also educate and then also resonate with players in our everyday lives? Please speak up a little bit, we can hear you. Lovely. I think also as a parting question to everyone, games change our behavior on an everyday basis. I know I play games before I go to sleep, and I find myself playing a game if I'm stressing out. So I think just from our panel, from each of you guys, how can gamifying daily routines impact behavior, motivation, or habits in the long run?
I think making games make things more fun, and when you're having more fun, things go by faster. So I think it can help with efficiency. It can also help with understanding processes. So for example, if you're trying to set up a profile on a specific website and there's a progress bar for all the things that you need to get done on that website before your profile is set up, that makes the process easier to understand as well. So those are some aspects that I think gamification can really help improve the way we live our daily lives.
Lovely.
Yeah, I think gaming makes everything a bit more fun. It gives you that bit of incentive, and it gives you a reward at the end of it. It encourages you to pursue things, even things that you might not want to, in terms of like you're learning. Maybe you want a day off, but suddenly you've got a game to play. You've learned something in your free time. Who would have thought? That's the goal. And it makes everything more fun, and yeah, it's just awesome, and it increases accessibility to things, and as people say, practice makes perfect. So what's better than having a system that does that for you automatically?
That's amazing. Stevie? Oh, sorry, we can't hear you, Stevie. I think you're mute. Yes.
So, gaming lives in general, as I said earlier, I think we all apply on a daily basis. For example, I'm a father of for 5 years, 5 years old son, and the way we raise him at home is basically some kind of gamified system. I mean, we give him tasks, we give him rules to follow, and we reward him, and then he understands, okay, if you brought the house, you should do that, you should not do that.
Yeah.
We reward him, and then he learned that, and then we kind of level up, literally.
Yeah.
We learn new things, and teach him the rules and the rewards and the limitations and so forth. And I think it all applies to every one of us, just at different stage of life. Just like making games, we all learn of try and error, like Max said. Try and error, we learn something. And I think that's the most simplified system that I can find.
That's really amazing. And we have 2 minutes, and I think we can just quickly wrap it up. How does behavior change? Sorry, what is my question? How can we gamify daily routines and to impact our behavior? Just to quickly wrap it up to Max and Dean and Gillian. Anyone can go.
One of my favorite things to watch is daily activities from different parts of the world, right? There's dangerous roads to school, there's dangerous roads to the river and so on. And I think there's so many unique attributes in those schools. And you might think that your daily routine is really boring and straightforward, and it's the most exciting thing to someone on the other side of the world, right? So it's, I think, finding issues and excitement in them.
Lovely. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to my panel. Thank you, Kushal. Thank you, Eric, Gillian, Stevie, Max, and Din. Lovely.
Thank you so much to our lovely panelists. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us and for their wonderful insights. We have about 5 minutes just before our next panel begins, which will be the Flow publication launch. You are more than welcome to go to the bathroom, grab a coffee, and I hope you will join us for the next panel discussion. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, hi, could you please make your way back into the iClub? Our next panel is about to begin. Hi, please make your way back into the iClub. The next panel is about to begin. Please grab your coffee. After which lunch will be served. Please make your way into the iClub. Thank you. Please make your way back into the iClub, everyone. Please make your way back into the iClub. Our next panel is about to begin. The Flow publication launch is about to begin. Please make your way back into the iClub. Thank you. Okay.
Let's begin then.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin our panel for the Flow publication launch. Now, this publication is very interesting because it combines biochemical engineering and art, which is a very interesting combination. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Professor Mahite Khan, who is the Media and Communications Professor at the University of Stellenbosch, where she is the SA Research Chair in the Science Communications Community. Professor, would you like to take it away? Please give her a round of applause, everyone. Okay. Hi, Professor, you can begin. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us at this little lunchtime session. Thank you for welcoming us to your Digital Innovation Festival. We're here with a little bit of an analog offering to launch our publication, Flow, which fits in beautifully with the festival theme for this year, which is More Flow, which is why we're so delighted to have been invited to tell you about our project. So with me today are Stembiso Kaliswayo and Nicole Thackeray, who are two creative writers who participated in the first Fakugesi workshop, which happened last year in the Winelands. And Fakugesi is an initiative under the South African Research Chair in Science Communication, where we are interested in exploring what kinds of creativity emerge when we bring together creative writers with a scientist. So each year we put out a call for creative writers to apply to attend our workshop. We select myself and my wonderful collaborator, Wamui Mbao, who is the co-editor on this lovely book. We select 10 of the most exciting writers who apply, and we ship them off to the Winelands, to a lovely, cozy, quiet valley at the end of one of the Stellenbosch regions, and we bring a scientist. And for 3 days, we hang out, and the scientist presents on the most cutting-edge work and research that they are doing in their field. So last year was our first time running this workshop. Our scientist was Professor Malebogo Ngwepe, who is a biomechanical engineer. And she came and she presented on the most cutting-edge work that she's doing, which is about hair tensility, which is about how blood flows through the tiny microscopic veins in our brains, and different kinds of inventions that they're working on to address medical issues like brain clots and strokes and so on. And then what happened was the writers had to write something. Whatever medium they worked in, they were free to write anything that they wanted in response to the scientific provocations. And what resulted is this anthology of writing. And we're going to have 2 of our writers reading from their works today for your enjoyment. But I wanted to also let you know that this book is available open source, the ebook. We are passing around, you'll find them on the seats, little flyers with a QR code. And if you snap that QR code, you will be able to download a free PDF of this anthology. And please enjoy it, share it widely. It is open source and free. If you're a person who has a fetish for print paper publications, and I can't believe I'm saying that to a bunch of digital artists who live and breathe like binary code. But anyway, if you want a paper copy, there are about 4 that are available for sale for $100 at the merch counter at the festival. So if you really want one, please go ahead and grab it, and we really hope you enjoy it. And what's happening in this book is creative innovation. It's digital to the extent that we've made it digitally available, but it is innovation and creativity in the truest and most kind of authentic form of writing in response to very deep provocations about a scientist's expertise. And it was a really wonderful experience. We run these workshops every year, so if you are a writer or if you know writers, please encourage them to apply to attend our next workshop. The writers here may also want to say a few words about how they experienced Fak'ugesi, but I will hand over to them to read to you from their writings that they produced in just 3 days, by the way, helped by lots of good food and wine and beautiful views and wonderful company, but really to write something brand new that did not exist before in just 3 days is, I think, quite an amazing achievement. So I'll hand over to you guys. Who wants to go first?
Afternoon, everyone. So this piece is called Fix the Hair, Fix the Child. Dear Sir, I have come across some valuable information that might assist in my next article. I know this might be disquieting to some, but it is a story that needs to be told. This involves the work currently underway at the Institute of Rebirth and the rumors of the children who might not have the same hair as us. I do hope that we are able to publish the story. If not, I will tender in my resignation by the end of the month. Sincerely yours, Andrew Warthorne. Annual Report by Dr. Devar Lamar. Kumbulani has gone through all the motions of an abandoned child going from one foster home to another. The Institute has had many subjects like him with minimal success. Most of them have gone missing, have broken away from the program, which has affected our study and the institution's bottom line. We are aiming for an 80% success rate for them to be reintroduced into society. I have been working with 4 subjects that I am confident will make for the perfect study, as the subjects should balance each other out. Kumbulani's gullibility and insecurities could be used to our advantage through emotional manipulation. His hair shaft abnormalities, which have caused brittle, short, and unruly hair, is to be corrected through targeted treatment. There's hope to introduce him back into society as an average-looking, functioning child into the care of a suitable family, which may diminish the frequency of his instability and depression, limiting his independence and ambition. Sashi, our first subject, showed great promise in the original trials for autism, using the Sudapel treatment. In phase 2 clinical trials, we observed the possibility of future infertility due to a condition. This is of grave concern. We have decided to increase her fertility drug intake sooner rather than later, with the goal of increasing her chances of producing offspring, preferably female, when she comes of age. This would enable us to continue to harvest the stem cells and DNA of her descendants to further our research and to maintain a steady birth rate in our society. Her intelligence, leadership capabilities, and carefree attitude will need to be kept in check if she to become the model of obedient wife and mother. Ember has been a problematic child since her introduction to the trials. By deciding against returning to Ember to the farm for evaluation of the underlying complexities of her condition, the board of directors dismissed my recommendation offhand. We cannot treat what we do not understand. Her curly hair does not conform to our vision and mission of the norms we would like to encourage in our society. It is complicating our research as it renders her disposition less pliable to social coercion. For this to work, she cannot be on her own. Being among others will compel her to seek stability and lead to her tackling her tendency towards rage. This is not passion or focus as she claims it is. Her failure to fall in line could jeopardize the program and threaten the achievement of the goals we have set for our society. Abungu has been a very interesting and challenging case in the months that we have had him under our observation, due to his extreme case of alopecia areata, due to the sensitivity of the subject of his family's legacy, which may future affect the political landscape of our society. A small group of highly capable scientists are working on his condition. We have isolated Abungu to the West Wing for his own safety, and we have limited his interactions with other children to Sashi, Kumbulani, and Emba. This inner circle of influence and loyalty could aid in his expectations of leading the people of our society. First, he needs to look the part. We are struggling with moderating his overly cautious and stubborn demeanor. We need to harvest more suitable hair from the farm immediately. This is priority number one.
Thank you so much, Steh. I wonder if you could give the audience a little bit of context for what inspired you to write this short story based on the scientific interventions that you heard at FIXI.
So for me, so during the sessions, we were speaking about hair, like the roots, how you can tell age, how you can tell diseases and illnesses through hair. And my idea was around this idea of trying to fit into society, and how we as society, we have these things of, you have to be this way so we can accept you. You have to dress a certain way, act a certain way, talk a certain way, or else you put onto the sidelines. And I used children as an example because that's where everything starts with children. If they feel like they are not allowed into society, that affects their own confidence. It affects how they view themselves as well. So I was really looking at what systems do we have in place that limit children's freedom or spaces of just being able to be. Yeah.
Thank you. And if you all want to know what happens in the rest of that story, you'll have to download the ebook. Okay, over to Nicole.
Right. Hi, everybody. So I actually just want to respond to your question first before I go ahead and read, because I'm a poet, so my response is a little bit shorter, I think, than Steh's. I actually have two contributions to this. One of them is a script. But anyway, so I think that this workshop was so important, and I felt that it was such an important thing to be a part of. When we consider the gap, the sort of the gap in the world that is good science communication, and by no way of speaking would I say that this is like clear science communication, but this is of course artistic response to scientific prompts. But of course, this workshop did sort of clarify for me the importance of being able to listen to experts in their field and then make something that can sort of be generally shared and consumed, and we can take difficult concepts and sort of understand their universal and shared importance. And I mean, especially we've just been through a pandemic, and it was just wild misinformation and very poor communication of science. And so at this intersection of innovation and sort of digital media, social media, and that kind of stuff, there sits this duty and responsibility from us creatives to clearly and cleverly share information. So that was something that I've sort of been sitting with after this workshop. So the scientific prompt that I responded to, we were actually speaking about treatments for heart attacks and sort of the ways to repair the walls of the heart and ways to thin the blood and thicken the blood. There was the very complicated methods that had sort of been come up with for this. But what really struck me is the fact that we obviously don't test any of this on human beings. It is the humble lab rat. And that's really struck me in that moment, because we look at this sort of verminous creature, something that we love to hate, is a little rat, but the wealth of scientific information that can be taken from something as humble and something as gentle as the lab rat, that really inspired me. So I wrote a little poem called Rat Heart Love Song. Again, it's just that intersection of being in the world, being in nature, and then also all of this digital innovation, scientific innovation. And sometimes we have the smallest little rats to thank for it. Anyway, so this is a Rat Heart love song. Waste a while in your own chest until the harvest of your heart becomes unfamiliar to you. Your inelastic aorta, blue cobweb palms, the sag of the belly, blessing of softness. Could you be a thing with 1,000 hearts, a ship of Theseus, vessel for blood and marrow? The center of your sails turned inward to face themselves, regrow and knit. Half motions become dull imprints or quiet aches. Why so yielding? Why so yielding? But there, in the thick of me, I knew you once, dread-footed and pumping. You did not know taming. Sublingual, dissolved under my language in a night market trade, my voice for 3 pearls, woad blue and pitted in that plastic oyster. I was not brave enough to look into you when you came, pushed in, basketless, on a granited and viscous tide. In waking dreams, I prophesy what I would have found there, like a bleeding oracle where you curled up, closed eye, soft paw, viscera split and spilled for the short-bladed haruspecs to have cross-section of your heart. You did not return to the earth, soul surrendered instead to the water, but you deserved your red dirt, country of birth, country of burial. And I would do it again, if I could. Gather safflower, wormwood, yarrow, spread your little limbs like coral, cover you in sea clay, hitch you to the wings of fish. You did not abandon ship, I buried you at sea, scrabbling, wildling, rat heart. Thank you.
Thank you. That's such a beautiful poem. And that really is all we have to offer you guys. We wanted to give you a little snippet of our project, bring the writerly voice into your digital creative space, and share our work with you. And we hope that you enjoy reading the rest of the book and that you share it widely, and that you will pass the word on about this opportunity to any writers that you know. And a huge thank you to Nicole and Steph for finding time in their busy schedules to come join me. And thank you again to Fakugesi and Eduardo specifically for the invitation. And we'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful panelists, and thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you so much. Our next panel will be beginning at 2 o'clock, so you are free to check out the expos. Our Wi-Fi password is #MoreFlowYes. Thank you so much. Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning in 10 minutes. Please grab your coffee. Please join us in the next 10 minutes in the iClub. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentledays, please make your way to the iClub. We have a very exciting panel coming up for you, the Queer Catalyst panel. Could you please make your way back into the iClub? In 2 minutes, we're about to begin our panel. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, please make your way into the iClub. The Queer Catalyst panel is about to begin. Please make your way into the iClub. Thank you. This is the last call for everyone in the courtyard. Please make your way into the iClub. The panel is beginning in 30 seconds. Please make your way into the iClub. Thank you. All right. Okay, fabulous. I think we can begin. Okay. Welcome to the Queer Catalyst panel. The Queer Catalyst Showcase is proudly presented by Gala Queer Art Archive in partnership with Fakugesi with the support of the British Council. It features creatives who use storytelling to explore friendships, heartbreak, belonging, and becoming. This project celebrates queerness, and it is such an important project, and we are so happy that all of you guys are contributing to the space, and thank you for all the work that you do. I'd like to introduce Karen Tan. She is the Senior Information Officer at the Gala Queer Archive organization, and she's the moderator for this panel. Please give it up for Karen, everybody. Take it away, Karen. Yes. Yes, you can.
Hello, everyone. I am from the Gala Queer Archive, and this wonderful group of queers I have with me today are all kind of people who've brought together what is on showcase for the Queer Catalyst here. So we've got Steph Fisher, who is part of Africa Queer Plus, who had initially, like early stages, had developed the sort of an experimental queer animation project where this kind of project started initially. We've got Lilo, who was, in this iteration of the project, was our mentor. She is a wonderful musician and artist. We've got Alyssa Peters, who is a third-year animation student at the animation school in Cape Town. One of their, it's their work that's on display. And then we've got Andile Mangwana, who is a third-year film and TV student at WITS. This project is the first time he is animated, so we're very proud of what he's come up with. And then we've got Vicky Lekone from the British Council, who is one of our partners on the project. Just to kind of give a bit of a background, Gala is a queer archive based in WITS, and our kind of broader mandate is to forefront queer narratives in contemporary and historical Africa. And through that, we do sort of active storytelling, story collection, just to sort of kind of counter-argue this idea that that queerness is un-African. And one of the kind of streams of that that work is through these creative, artistic modes of storytelling, because it's one of the best ways to kind of interrogate and express one's identity, I guess, and also to counter the sort of traditional forms of archiving, so queering the archive. I wanted to. So this project kind of started out as these activist anthologies that Gala had produced with Taboo Media. We had wanted to kind of expand on that project into different media, and so we had kind of gotten Steph on board along with his colleague V to kind of develop an animation project where students could read those stories, and as like a kind of a jumping off point to explore storytelling through animation. Maybe from there I'll ask Steph if you could just tell us about Africa Queer Plus and how you kind of approach looking at queerness through design and vice versa.
Thank you.
Design through a queer lens, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Steph, and yeah, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very honored and privileged to be part of the Queer Catalyst panel, together with these amazing other queers. I'm from Africa Queer Plus. It is a brainchild of my colleague V. Motinkgao and myself. And it is a design and research practice which is dedicated to fostering safe and sustainable spaces for the queer LGBTQI plus community in Africa. And here we are interested in challenging and disrupting normative understandings of gender, sexuality, and identity. And our practice kind of evolved from a school project where we both were teaching, and that project was kind of called 10%, where we give 10% of our teaching time over to communities. And so obviously during COVID, physical access to communities was kind of stripped away. And so our school then interrogated, okay, well, what's the next best thing to look at? And this was at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we were interrogating which goal to kind of choose, and obviously realized that there isn't a goal directly focused to the LGBTQIA plus community. And so we chose goal number 5, which is situated around gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, which is also really important, but I think that's where our entry point was. So here we obviously then began to understand the really severe representation of the queer community in general, especially within the UN's SDGs. So we thought that was really important driver as a whole, to also then begin to see how do we begin to queer these spaces, and also queer design, and how can we use design as this like productive tool for engagement. And also because it doesn't really, there's not a lot of like dialogue and debate within education systems and in the creative communities, so we thought that was really important, and so that's how our practice kind of like developed. And so yeah, we were very excited for when we were approached by Gala and Tabuam to kind of foster this student animation project at the beginning of the year. And yeah, we obviously thought that was really exciting, and we took some of, or the students had to choose some of the stories from both of the volumes, Hopes and Dreams and Courage to Share. And I think through this process we found out also how little like young queer youth are actually inhabiting or occupying these spaces. So that was also quite a aha moment for us, and also just spotlights the importance of design in general, because design is everywhere, from our chairs to our toilet seats to handles to the animations that you're seeing here today. So it really is something that we all inhabit and also understand, and that's really important. So yeah, these I guess animations that have developed also form a broader repository of sorts for queer individuals, not just here but throughout the African continent, which is really important. Because as we know, there's still many African countries on the continent that do or prohibit, same-sex marriage and issues like that. And so doing this project and all of this work with the students is really valuable because it creates visibility for the queer community. So yeah. And also, I think it was an interesting process to see our students tackle and choose their stories from the different volumes, because ultimately also, the way that they interpreted it through the design thinking processes, I think a little bit of their own identities and everyday lived experiences are also now interwoven with these other stories. So I think that's also quite special to acknowledge and take note of. And I think, yeah, that is just testament to, I think the success of the project and what Gala and all the other sponsors are trying to do for the Queer Catalyst panel here today. Yeah, and I think part of this disruption is also, challenging the status quo. And maybe it's hashtag more flow or moving into a direction to status queer, which I think is really exciting. And a feminist designer, design educator, Heather Good, mentioned that disruption gets us to evaluate our practice and ways of doing. And I think this is really important process for queering design and these spaces as educators, as designers, professionals, and also for the new blood that is coming into these spaces. So, and I guess ultimately this is what it's all about is fostering collaboration, dialogues, and opening up these communications, amongst ourselves. So yeah.
Yeah, that's thanks for the also like overview of what the initial project was. So I wanted to ask Andile and Alyssa, who are our artists born out of that project and the Queer Catalyst project, like how did you choose your stories, you know, and what kind of journey did you go on? Because you know you've kind of been sitting with a version of this project for the last year pretty much, and you know, it's obviously kind of, you've been ruminating a very specific queer narrative. Alyssa, maybe you can go first.
Okay, so I think like what you say about like how we've been sitting with this same version of the project for so long, I think that was one of the biggest things about it, because like we both stuck with like these stories that we had chosen initially because they inspired us when we first read it. So when I was doing the initial project in Africa Queer, I had this very specific idea of like how it was going to be, and I had chosen a poem that really spoke to me, and I thought, well, have a really great narration, it will have a beautiful message, and it can work as a way to inspire people, but also to educate, because a lot of the lines in there, they really teach you something and try to make you think about, you know, different perspectives that you may not have considered before. So that was the initial kind of direction that I went with in the Africa Queer project. And I'm still very proud of what I did there, but I think like having the opportunity to take it further and think of a different kind of interpretation of it was very helpful. Like instead of just taking that first sort of idea that I had, like I was able to go push it a lot more and find new perspectives. And that idea of perspective was very important during this entire process. You know, like when we were having a lot of our online meetings with Steph and everyone else, meeting all these amazing queer people, like all these like young artists who had amazing ideas, and there were very like wonderful discussions going on in those meetings. And it was, even when you weren't the one speaking, it was great to just sit and listen to what everyone was saying. You know, it's like, so even though we were all interpreting stories that had been published, we were telling our own stories and interpreting it in a way that was more personal to us. And you could see that a lot in those initial films that came from that. And when we moved on into the Queer Catalyst story, perspective became a big thing as well, that was spoken about during our online meetings. And Andile inspired me a lot in that regard, speaking about perspective. So when I had chosen like the kind of direction that I wanted to go with, I was thinking a lot about perspective and kind of how you view yourself. So like this kind of like perspective of looking inwards versus looking outwards, because a lot of your self-worth, like as a queer person, as a human being, it does come from how you fit within your surroundings and what kind of support structure you have. And like that kind of environment like was a very big thing to kind of think of. So it like was very easy to almost spiral out of control in terms of what kind of ideas they were. But I think the main thing that I wanted to nail it down to was queer joy. And queer joy in a way that is ethereal, in a way that is positive and accepting, but also not being too preachy, because it's very easy to kind of go that route with kind of the subject matter that is so big and so grand and also so sensitive and personal to everyone's hearts. And the film is ultimately about marrying spirituality and religion with queerness and queer identity, and trying to show that these things do not act in opposition to each other. Instead, they can work together and they should not be separated, because it's things that are very central to a lot of people's identity, whether you are spiritual or whether you're not. That's still something that, you know, is a part of you. It's still like a belief system that you have. So if you have this kind of, you know, idea of what you believe in your ideals, you're going to want to have your support structure to accept you in that as well. So that was kind of what I was thinking about in terms of perspective, looking inwards into yourself and how you see yourself versus how the world sees you. And as I was going through this project, a lot of that came in terms of gender as well, because for me and for a lot of people that I know, sometimes when you are a genderqueer person, a lot of your identity, a lot of your self-worth does have a lot to do with how others perceive you, not so much just how you perceive yourself. So it's very important to think about these things looking inwards, but also looking outwards at the broader picture. So when I was working on this and brainstorming ideas, I was thinking, oh, we can think about this in like a very personal, like inwards way, but we can also look at the much bigger scope of everything, which is why I wanted this kind of theme of the universe, the stars, the sun, the moon, because you always hear about how like we can understand ourselves a lot better if we look outwards towards the universe. And it helped with that ethereal kind of feel as well, to bring this kind of euphoria to it. And I wanted it to feel very, like very fluid and have this looseness to it that felt a lot more personal and a lot more rough in a way, not so much in a box.
Hashtag more flow.
More flow.
More flow. It was a lovely little coincidence that lined up so nicely, actually. Yes, and so I went with this idea of like the sun and the moon and the stars, but then I also introduced water into it as well. You know, water for that fluidity in gender, fluidity in how you see yourself. There's no rigid state of being. You are allowed to change and grow and move with the tides, which I really, like, it's another thing that's very close to my heart. And having that incorporated into that more flow kind of theme was really great as well. And this idea of water as well for emotions, you know, like having those emotions, and I wanted this piece to be very emotive, yeah, and to kind of make people feel things and to actually have an impact outside of what only I could see from looking at it for so long. And I also just want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to work on this and to, you know, have all this creative freedom as well. It was a very fun project to work on, and a great way to explore kind of not just themes, but also ways of being and ways of doing things in terms of like art and style that I didn't always have the opportunity or time to do before, and as well just to meet everyone and hear all these different perspectives. It was really great, so thank you so much.
Hi everyone. On my side,
I think this is, you have to switch it off.
Sorry. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Andile. So for me, it was a hard process because for the first time when I went through all the stories in the book, because it's been a thing for me of like how queer representation in this country, especially let me just say in the continent, is so like there's not much that represents a lot of people, and I felt like I've never been seen before. I grew up in a thing of like I just want to see my voice. I want to see someone like me being like my story also being told. So when I went through all these stories, I was like, finally, there's something, like there's so much about queerness and what's there about being part of this community, and then I get to I get to see how we can also get into mental health, friendships, spirituality, as Elisa said. We get to explore queerness outside of what it is, because like usually it's like in terms of the media, they stick to what queerness is, what queerness is, and then they only stick to that. They never try to explore what's outside of that, and that's been an issue with me. So when I finally got to see these stories, I was happy about the idea that I can think more. My idea was on how we as queer people, in terms of friendships, we also affect other people, and also other people affect us too. And something about that complexity that was so interesting for me, because I also want to see how me as a queer person, how do I affect other people? How do I also become bad? How do I also become good? How do I become all of these different things that someone who's not queer also is? I don't know if I'm making sense. So I got to also dive deep into mental health, try to understand how we as queer people, like, we don't think that we're going through a lot in terms of like mental health. We're only seeing that, okay, we're being, like we see a lot of hate crime, we see a lot of all of these issues, but we never think how that affecting me mentally. So with this story that I got, it's called Speak Your Love, from Innocent. The idea was on how Innocent was trying to confess to his friend, like a long-term friend, and trying to speak about how much he loves his friend, but then not considering how much of his friend is just here as a friend, and like that's what is important to this friend of his. So I'm sorry, I forgot his real name, but like I used Mandla in my story. So I wanted to see how Innocent in this case is affecting Mandla. Because it's all about friendship. It's all about us being friends. But like in terms of like how also friendship is such a thing of like, you know, that's how you also see your soulmate. And in terms of like us as queer people, friendship is so important. Friendship, because that's how I find my family. I would like in my real life, like that's where I see family. Because like it's hard when people don't understand you, but when you get to see people that understand you outside of your own biological family, it becomes a thing of like, if you see most stories, our queer stories are about how we find family outside of our homes. So I've been on that idea of like exploring friendship, and with this story, I just wanted to explore the complexity of the entire thing. How I, as a queer person, I can affect people. I can affect relationships. I can affect how people see me. Perspective also, as Alexa said, is very, very important in terms of like how I see things. My story, as much as I can say I'm going through too much, I'm going through a lot as a queer person, but there's something outside of queerness, but then like I also have to remember that it's still here. My queerness affects other things, and that entire cycle is something that's so interesting for me, because I just want to explore all of these stories that are here between what's affecting queerness and what's queerness affecting. So yeah, so with these stories, I'm finally happy that I finally got to do something that's telling my story. My voice is finally being heard. Finally, because I've never got to experience a story that said, okay, Angela is seen. So I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to Karen for your support, because you've been holding us this entire thing. Lilo, you too, you as a mentor. I remember how everything was so inspiring. So I thank you so much, even if you, Stefan, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to Alisa.
So, thank you both for those quite intimate accounts of what you've been going through in the last year or so. So, like, Stefan kind of was approached in a more kind of technical design, animation kind of mentorship at the beginning of the year, and through Queer Catalyst we got Mlilo on board, because even though like not necessarily an animator to teach, you know, Alyssa and Andile the technicalities of animation, you know, we were kind of thinking more as like an artist, you know, like how do you approach art making from different angles, and like throughout the process, because we've never done this before, you know, we're experimenting, we're testing the boundaries, and I think that we can see a lot of that in your work, and so like, you know, kind of looking at creative practice as sort of a queering process, as something that challenges the normative, not necessarily just through the LGBT identities, but just what the kind of status quo is. And I was kind of hoping that you could maybe talk us through some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think for me, I kind of grew up as a rebel, as someone who was outside of the bounds of society. So when I was a kid and a teenager, I saw those things. So when I was a kid and a teenager, I kind of saw those things as hindrances. I saw them as things that didn't make me part of a larger group and school and all of that, because my brain kind of always thought differently. And I'm so happy that I kind of went into a creative and art practice, because I don't see a lot of careers that offer that kind of freedom for people to explore who they really are and kind of push the boundaries a little bit. And I've been lucky to kind of go from so many different iterations of making and creative making. You know, I started out as a journalist. I did theater and studied theater at Rhodes. So the creative process has always been a part of what I do. I became a documentary film director at some point. I worked for the tabloids, and then I went into music and performance, and now animation and VR and 3D design. So I've always felt that like there were no limits to what I can do as an artist. And I think it's a huge testament to also my queerness, because I feel like if I was a traditional looking person that was able to go through the world without questioning who they are or where they belong, maybe I wouldn't have been able to experiment in the ways that I've been able to experiment. And so it was super exciting to be a part of this project specifically, because I think in the past 3 years I've been very lucky to be working with artists and musicians from all over the world in a sort of like mentorship capacity that I almost was also thrown in, that I never saw myself as somebody who could, you know, impart knowledge or teach, but I've always been about collaboration, and I've always been about mixing ideas across different cultural lines, across different mediums. I never liked it when someone says, you must stay in this box. You know, even as a musician, when somebody said that to me, it's when I was kind of provoked to do the opposite. And I feel like that's how I landed in animation, because all of it is storytelling. I think that is the basis and the root of what we all do in different ways, but we tell stories. And it's so important for us to tell queer stories, especially African stories, because we don't have enough of that in the world. That's kind of part of my outlook on life, and the reason why I wake up every morning and do what I do is because of the same reasons that Andile was saying. When I was growing up, I never saw anybody like me. I never had the representation. I had to go to libraries and write to magazines to send me information about my tribe and my people, you know, because I was surrounded by people who said, what you are is not real. you know, the kind of gaslighting that we experience in society. So it was very important for me as a storyteller in my later career to be able to tell the stories that you don't get to see in different mediums, to see the queerness in animation, in music, on world stages, you know? And it's something that's so daring, and it's like, how dare you? But I'm so lucky that I've been able to do it, and I feel like now I'm at a phase in my life where it's super exciting to be working with young artists and kind of also still in that process of collaboration, but not only imparting my knowledge, but sharing stories. I feel like we've all gotten so close in this process because we still have lives, we still have families, we still have ups and downs. So even in the creative process, I was saying to them that all of that is part of who we are as creators, is part of who we are as artists, and life doesn't stop when you're making something, you know? So you somehow are able to interweave your own life experiences into your art, and that's what makes it special, and that's what makes it unique, because you've put yourself into that, you know? And I think that was a huge thing about this process, is that I think maybe even the films would have been completely different if you both kind of distanced yourself and were like, I'm gonna tell the story about this made-up character from, you know, a place that I've never heard of, but it was real stories. All of you were in those stories, and that takes vulnerability, and I think that's something we also don't teach to people, is that it's okay to be vulnerable, it's okay to talk about the deep, dark, sad things that we kind of try to avoid, but then also balance it out with the queer joy, as you were saying, because our lives are very kind of multifaceted, you know? Yes, we have the hate crime, yes, we have society kind of always putting us in a tight headlock, but we still have families, we have our own chosen families, we have friends, we have aspirations, we have dreams, we love, we have all of that. We're dynamic human beings, and it's so easy to dismiss queer people as just one thing and to look at one aspect of us. And I think through a project like this, you get to kind of see the multiplicity of who we are, not only as a community, but who we are as Africans, you know? We've come from a history where erasure was a huge part of erasing all of our identities as different types of Africans, because there was this kind of white supremacy design that was meant to keep us away from who we truly are. So I think we're coming back to who we are. We're discovering what we weren't taught. And I think the exciting thing is that we get to do it in our own way. We get to interweave our own spirituality. We get to rewrite the story. We get to rewrite history in many ways. And I think projects like these foster that kind of engagement in not only art, but storytelling, and hopefully that makes space for future generations to not have to go searching for stories that represent them, but to be able to readily just find it everywhere they go, to be like, I am represented. I think that is the basis of what we do currently as artists. Maybe one day we'll get a chance to just like make fun stuff and do cute things, but I think for now we kind of are on this quest to reinsert ourselves into society, because society loves it when we are erased, you know? So that's kind of my perspective, and I feel like I'm really honored to have been a part of this process as well. I feel like I'm also growing as an artist, and it's through these kind of projects that I also get to kind of, you know, test out the other muscles in my brain, you know, because I'm also a multifaceted person, and I get bored easily, and I want things that challenge me and are exciting, and this was one of them, you know. We were very challenged, but I'm so proud of everyone in this panel for just kind of like pushing through and creating what we created, because I think we've just opened up space for so many other people. So yeah, thank you all for that.
Thanks. Thanks, Mlilo. And I think, you know, that's a really big kind of thing that we're trying to work on around mentorship, you know, like looking for yourself in media, in art, in whatever representation. But it's also looking for mentors, you know, and and the kind of queering of what mentorship can also look like. So thank you both for doing that. And then Vicky,
hi,
from the British Council, who has been a wonderful supporter of this project and had been the one to kind of encourage and introduce us to Fakugesi, the festival. I think you saw sort of like a potential in what we were trying out, and that there could be like a wider audience for what we could do. So I was just wondering how or why you feel that it's important to have support queer narratives, queer projects in digital art spaces.
I mean, outside of bias, I mean, to put it quite bluntly, it's because it's urgent. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen right now. I think that, I mean, we obviously support a variety of programs and projects, and we work with a lot of partners throughout the continent who do very important work in terms of responding to inclusion and climate change, but I think this project in particular felt quite personal. I think that the stories in the anthology, firstly, are very, very deeply moving in quite different ways. If neither of you have ever seen or read it, get in touch with Karen and Gala. It's a really, really beautiful reflection of queer beings and queer existence. And it's just really exciting to see the works displayed and retold using different technologies, different forms of storytelling. So, and it was really lovely, to kind of, commission two very young artists to take on it, while working alongside someone, as ineffable as Umlilo. So I think there's something very special about doing important work alongside other people who are doing important work. So it's very important to us at the British Council, to not only support the work, but to support the artists. You kind of have to walk the talk in a sense. And this is, again, building connections with Fakugesi, and then like building connections with other partners and around the world to continue telling our own stories in the ways that we want to tell them. So, yeah, I think all of you have done, excuse my French, fucking phenomenal job. And yeah, I mean, I saw those animations and felt deeply proud, and I hope that you'll feel as proud. And congratulations to you and to the whole Gala team for just being so passionate about this entire process, and for the amazing work that you do, not just for the four of us, or all five of us, but for literally every single queer person ever. Yeah, so
to ask.
Good job.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
For all of your things that you said. I think we've got a couple of more minutes. If there's any questions from the audience, we've got maybe five minutes or so to take.
Does anyone have any questions? We have about 3 minutes for a couple of questions. Please feel free. Questions or comments? Does anyone have any? All right. Okay, let me make my way to you.
Hi. So I just wanted to know, where can you watch the movie that you guys just did? When it comes out, or has it already come out?
It's on. It's one of the showcases in the festival.
In the festival.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in the main.
It's in the glass box.
In the glass box.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you very much.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? All right, there you go.
Hi everyone.
I hope you're all well. I did not have a question before I got this mic. I probably still don't have a question, so please stick with me. I suppose there are probably two questions now. One, if anyone's willing to answer this one, what did you eat this morning? And the second question is, what would you like to eat tomorrow morning?
I was definitely not expecting any dietary-related questions. No more questions for you. We have to close off the floor right now. Oh, I have one more question from Eduardo.
Hi, sorry, I'll be biased. This is really one I have to intersect into. If you had to give some advice to a younger artist, or let's say the younger you before you were involved in this project, what would your advice be to a young queer person who has these ideas and these stories and these thoughts in their head, but feel like they have nowhere to put that out? What is kind of, maybe even just in one sentence, what would you say to that person?
I think that the most important thing...
Okay.
Hello? Okay. I think the most important thing for when you are a struggling queer artist trying to get your voice out there is to surround yourself with people like you, and also people who believe in you, who you can collaborate with and tell stories together. So that's what I would say, both to myself and to other people.
I'd say just they should just like go for it, because something about our experience as queer people is that we are made to just keep quiet a lot. So if you have a chance to just speak and like write something and take it out there, so I just say go for it and just write something that you know you're gonna be proud of tomorrow. Yes, that's what I'll say.
Okay. Umlilo, do you have any?
I would say the same. Just start. Like, don't think too far ahead. Think about the next step. And we have so much at our disposal now. You have cell phones that can do so much. A cell phone that's basically a laptop. Use the resources in front of you. If it's a piece of paper and you just want to draw something, just start.
I just wanted to quickly also interject my sentence. Coming from the Queer Archive perspective, even if you aren't making for other people and it is a quiet output for yourself, like that's also fine and it is valuable, potentially for history, for the archive, to know that someone like you exists. So, yeah.
All right.
There are more people willing to listen than you might think.
Yeah. Awesome. This has been the Queer Catalyst panel. Thank you so much to Gala, British Council, and the Fakugesi Festival. Most importantly, thank you, Alyssa and Andile, for sharing your stories. We are so proud of you, and well done.
Very proud.
Thank you so much. Our next panel will be beginning in the next 10 minutes. It's called the AI to Amplify panel. Please use the loo. And one important reminder, these projects are being showcased in the glass box. There's just past the canteen, past the reception, in the big glass box on your right-hand side. Please go through. There'll be someone there to assist you, and please do not leave without viewing these projects. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning in 5 minutes. Please grab your coffee, head to the loo quickly before we begin, and thank you so much for joining us for Conference Day. We will be beginning in 5 minutes. Grab your coffee, go to the loo, and thank you so much. And please don't forget to head over to the class box to view our BR and XR exhibitions and walk around the space. Don't forget to say hi to everyone. You never know who you might meet. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the class box. We will be beginning the AI to Amplify panel in the next 5 minutes. Please make your way to the class box. Thank you. To the iClub, rather. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last call for the AI to Amplify panel. Please grab your coffee, grab a friend, and make your way into the iClub. We are about to begin in 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Make your way back into the iClub for the AI to Amplify panel. Grab your coffee, grab a notebook. It's going to be a very insightful conversation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning in 2 minutes. Please make your way into the iClub for the AI to Amplify panel. Please make your way into the iClub. We are about to begin in 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone feeling? Okay, I'm going to take that as everyone is feeling good. Everyone is feeling warm, all right. Welcome to the AI to Amplify panel. Yes, claps. Yes. Perfect. The Goethe Institute released a global call for socially engaged individuals to contribute their perspectives to the development of public good-orientated artificial intelligence product and applications in diverse teams. And the winners of this global call are actually sitting on our stage. I'd like everyone to give them a round of applause. Wonderful. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Professor Mpho Primus. Professor Mpho Primus is an NRF-rated researcher specializing in computational linguistics. She is the Deputy Director at the Institute for Intelligent Systems at the University of Johannesburg. Amongst numerous awards she has received, she is a L'Oreal UNESCO Women in Science Sub-Saharan Regional Fellow, as well as the Department of Science and Technology Women in Science alumni, and most recently, the National Research Foundation Research Excellence Award for Early Career Emerging Researcher. Prof. Primus has worked in numerous projects with project partners across 3 continents. She currently serves as the IDMIA Black Women's Ownership Trust as a board member, as well as the advisory board for the Pan-African Information Communication Technology Association. And she is our moderator for today. Thank you for joining us, Prof.
Thank you.
Would you like to introduce the rest of the panels, Prof?
Of course.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. And thank you so much for the nice introduction. I feel like it's an obituary sometimes, but nonetheless, we are quite excited to be here. We have quite a very diverse panel, but I'm not going to kind of mess it up a bit, so I'm just going to ask from Suzanne to kind of introduce yourself, where you are, and also what do you do on a daily basis as a career and as a job, and how you got into the program.
Hey, thank you so much, Mpho. My name is Susan Otieno. I am from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm a lawyer by profession. My focus areas are data protection, artificial intelligence, and the creative economy. I happened upon the AI to Amplify Fellowship because I follow Goethe on Instagram. So I didn't know that they had such a program. So when I saw that, I immediately applied, and I got in, thankfully, and it's been a great experience.
Thank you so much.
Hi guys, so my name is Eric Mobobia from Kenya, but based in Ireland. My background is basically information security and privacy. So I look at policies, standards, just to make sure like the technologies that we're using secure our data and are not compromised. So how I got to participate in the fellowship, I really like new technologies, emerging technologies, and I wanted to be more actively involved. To receive the perspective from artists, designers, lawyers, people who work in these industries, and not doing information security alone. So that's why I got to apply, got to work with like-minded people, and I'm learning a lot in this specific program. Looking forward to share my experience with you guys. Thanks.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Satyam. I'm coming from Japan, but I'm also from India. I'm an AI researcher by my education, but I transitioned to digital policy and digital innovation. And I now work in Honda Motors in Japan. We're trying to understand how these technologies like AI, generative AI, is going to change topics like sustainability, mobility, energy systems. I've transitioned more further into venture side now. And as a policy researcher, I think I'm always in the middle somewhere figuring out whether this technology is going to create that impact. And that brought me here in this program. And I think I met with a lot of people who have diverse backgrounds, policymakers, lawyers, artists. And I think what we're trying to do is develop some kind of tool bringing all of these experiences together. And that's why I'm here with all of you. Thank you.
So I'm Beatriz. I came originally from Spain, but I live in Luxembourg. So I'm a postdoctoral researcher. I work between the hospital and the university. And in my work, we are trying to understand how can we implement AI in hospitals in a better way. And the reason why I joined the fellowship is because I think we are in a very exciting moment. We are starting to use all the potential of AI in hospitals, but we don't know how can we make it in a fair way in a global environment. So I think in this fellowship it really brings different perspectives from different backgrounds, different countries, and this really helped to shape a solution that is built together with people from all over the world.
Hi everyone. I am Amomari Marian from Kenya. I am a UX designer and inclusion champion, a social innovator, and currently the communications assistant in United Disabled Persons of Kenya. I don't speak, hence my Alexa type of voice. I am happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Armir Cheliku, an analyst from North Macedonia. I have a background in foreign policy and economics, and lately I've been very interested in AI, in fact for the last couple of years. So when I saw a chance to collaborate with people from a diverse background, both personally and professionally, I took it, and I'm glad to say that all my hopes were proven right, and I met a lot of amazing people, and through collaborative efforts, a lot of good things came out. So I'm very happy to be here.
Thanks. As an effort to address digital colonization, bridging the digital divide, addressing issues of bias and gender and inclusivity, the Goethe Institute AI Fellowship actually had 80 participants that we had initially. And in the 2 months that we had the fellowship, we addressed issues such as gender, the digital colonization, global south, global north conversation, and this 80 participants literally came from all over the world. So what you are looking at today, those participants sitting next to me, are actually winners of a hackathon that happened after the 2 months from the 80 participants, including both the global north and global south, and this is why we see representation from Asia, Europe, and Africa today. Now, I will come to you, Beatrice. You talk about you joining the fellowship in the interest of addressing AI in healthcare and how it can be used in your region. Now, in those 2 months, what was the biggest pain point that you saw before you came into the fellowship? And how did you address it with your solution that got you to be here with us today?
Yeah, so I think there is awareness about that healthcare and AI can be unequal in some groups. But I realized that many of this research is done by people in the global north, not really with people in the global south. So I think for me, it was this disconnection, this gap, but it's really something that I learned. And I think in our solution, we are understanding that the only possible and stable way we can build something is building a community together and really collaborating with the experts from the global south and the global north to have better solutions in global healthcare.
Thank you. Now, just piggybacking on to this, where we're saying that people developing the solutions are really not the intended audience, and therefore you have this gap that's being left and a void that has to be filled. And I come to you, Marianne, where you talk about disability and AI and how we can address, certain issues within your region, within your space, and that speaks specifically to you. How do you see solutions that are being deployed in your vision within the space that you work in terms of user experience and disability rights? And what is the void that is being left behind? And what would you say is the biggest pain point and problem currently? Please. Now, as Marianne is still typing, she's using a very interesting software called Tell Me. But I will also then ask you, Susan, in terms of the global north is catching up to the AI race. As we can see, white papers are coming out. The EU legal frameworks are coming out. In Africa, there's still the void, right? We know the AU is working on a white paper legally, but it's not coming out. In South Africa, there's an institute that's been launched. There's a white paper that's not coming out. What is the biggest danger of this technologies being deployed in our continent, but not having the right legal guidelines and guardrails to guard us, the users of the softwares and technologies?
I think there's one in particular that comes to mind. So in Kenya, for example, or I think globally, there's this conversation on digital ID, digital identity. And in Kenya, we had the Huduma number that they wanted to launch. But then there was a community, the Nubian community, who went to court and kind of just said that they were actually being excluded. So they went to court to contest the launch of that program, and that ended up being a catalyst for the Data Protection Act 2019 in Kenya. And so the government has come again with a Maisha number that they're looking to launch on the 29th of September. And this is kind of the unique personal identifier that they're going to use to, roll out e-government services. However, there's still an aspect of exclusionary practices. And so the Nubian community again has gone to court to fight this launch because they are being excluded from this program. And it's quite interesting because there is this idea of, yes, let's regulate, let's have laws to kind of deal with some of these digital technologies, but no one is really having a conversation around societal impact and how it's going to adversely affect marginalized groups, for example. And that's why we came up with our tool, because we felt that not everyone is part of the conversation, and they are the ones experiencing the harm. So how can we bring them closer to the key stakeholders like government, like regulators, like companies who are developing these systems, so that they understand the context and they understand how to build and incorporate their voices.
Yeah. So and I'm coming to you, Satyam, because of Susan just talked about digital IDs, and we know that India became a pioneer around digital IDs, but there were issues when we come to do public and private sector partnerships in terms of privacy law. We hear from Susan that Kenya kind of caught up quickly to say data privacy. As an R&D, researcher in the AI field, would you say what ethical considerations should be put into place in digital ID or any other deployed software that is for social good or for the public sector?
Okay, so this is a very interesting question, because as a founder at Digital Asia Foundation, we actually very recently published a paper on this where we reviewed more than 30 systems all around the world about how is AI being used across 7 sectors. And we saw a very simple fact that there's something called function creep, which means that there's an AI model that is being built for application X, but that's also starting to get used for some other application. Think of a chatbot, for example. A chatbot is being made just to answer general queries, but somebody, an entrepreneur, a startup guy, thinks that we can use this in mental health. And that's where the problem starts coming in. The intended effect of the model is deviating from the initial assumptions that were made. And what you see is that these systems are very brittle. And when you start using them in applications they are not intended for, not only they have bad effects, but you can't even predict what kind of bad effects they are. Case in point, Amazon in 2018, for example, developed a system to automate recruitment. And they tested on they used their old data, developed a model, and deployed it. For 2 years, that model rejected all the women applicants. Why? Because in the past, the data showed that women were taking maternity leaves, and there were other reasons. Now, they didn't realize that they didn't test it. For 2 years, we didn't even realize that there was such a problem. And I'll give another example. In the United States, there was a system called Compass that was used by Justice Department, Justice System, to assess how much we should punish someone for a certain crime. That was like a recommendation system giving the judge a recommendation for this kind of crime, for this kind of demographics. This is the kind of period for which people have been incarcerated. And that system ran for 7 years, and there was a major expose by ProRepublica, which showed that black people were incarcerated for far longer duration as compared to other people. And so these effects are very nuanced. They're not easy to understand. And the common man values the system being used and the benefit they get, but there's an assumption that we all make that machines are good, machines are being developed correctly. That's not true. Sometimes if you don't have the very people who are using these systems, you're going to miss on these ideas, these assumptions, and that's going to hurt people. And that's where the problem is.
Thanks. Avi, it's just to piggyback on what Satyam just said, he touched on algorithm bias. He has touched on diversity also in there. But he also touches on the softwares where there is the black box effect inside. Decisions are being made, we know they're being made, but we really cannot trace how the systems work inside. We know we train them on data, and as we all know, it's literally rubbish in, rubbish out. And once they start to learn more, we lose a bit out of control. They're like babies. When babies, the more they learn, the more we lose control of them. Would you say that is the case in your vision, or have you guys managed to rein it in?
So just making sure I'm being heard right, because before we had a problem. I think everything is all right. Okay, so I think there's being developments in that field where people are trying to understand how this works within that black box. I'm not quite sure we're there, but there are being efforts made. The biggest point I like to highlight, like in the example that Satya made, is that sometimes if you use the same algorithm that they made in order to employ people, or in order to, in this case, judge people, just use that algorithm first to understand what bias is within the data, because that algorithm is apersonal. It does not have a bias of its own. The bias is in the data that is being fed. So if in the past, people that, let's say, were black, were judged more harshly, and that is the data that's being taken and then fed into this new algorithm, there is not only the problem of the algorithm judging black people more harshly, but that proves a precedent that even when humans were in that position, they were making that mistake. So instead of just jumping straight up to use these algorithms, we have to understand what it is showing and what are the signals that it's giving us, in order not to hurt people, you know, in real life.
So I'm going to add a little bit to it, and I think the discussion is a little bit nuanced, and this is something we are also trying to solve in our project. When I'm talking about these systems being brittle and not working, what I'm trying to emphasize is that at times we don't even know what's wrong or why is it wrong. We assume that if we had other people, they would immediately figure it out. That's not the case. And that's the problem, that there were biases in the past. They are difficult to recognize when you put it in an AI model. And the moment you do that, they become rigid. These inequalities become rigid. And think about it. If you have interacted ever with a customer service, like kind of software, have you hated pressing the button again and again and again? Get me a person. But you know, you don't know how the bot is reacting. And a lot of these systems are opaque. So forget about trying to assess the problem. You don't even have access to the systems to collect enough data to even make an inference. And that's why I want to dial back down the importance of diversity and having those people who are using it build it. Because through the process or through their own journey, they're bringing these many ideas on the table. And that ensures on some level that these kind of mistakes, these kind of horrendous mistakes don't happen. They will still happen, but we want to ensure that the chances of that happening are much less. And that's why we are kind of addressing.
Thanks, Satyam. Marianne, please, touching on inclusivity and diversity within the AI deployment boardrooms. Please go ahead.
For people with disabilities, discrimination is nothing new. And when you talk of AI, bias is what comes to most people's minds. But we see AI as a tool that will shape the assistive technology industry, and even though there are groups that are often left behind and most affected, like people with psychosocial disabilities, involving such groups at the developmental stages and constant reevaluation will be the step in the right direction and leaving no one out.
Thank you. And just Marianne, what would be sustainability in terms of AI and addressing the needs of the disability community? And just also on that, just keep in mind the sustainability AI, because I do believe, how many artists are sitting here? Right. But regardless of the sector, there is this fear that AI is taking our jobs, right? AI is replacing us in all facets of our lives. We see, you know, it even getting into, you know, we started with Tinder, but now there are robots that now mimic us human beings. So it's even taken into our personal lives. And having said that, what is sustainable AI for you, Susan?
I think for me it's mostly about context. So, for example, in Africa, there's this conversation about the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, and there's a conversation about competition. So in America, it's fairness and contestability. You want to have equity in the market for small businesses and large businesses to be able to kind of realize sell their products. But in Africa, it's very different. Big companies, when they come into the market, they will literally dominate. And so the conversation has to be contextualized. And I think for Africa, we are really leaning into low resource AI systems. So how do we develop our own AI? Because we are not builders. So what is that conversation? What does regulation, for example, look like for us? We are different markets. We have a different market. We have a different ecosystem. So sustainability for me would mean tailoring the AI systems and also regulation to our context.
Thank you. Beatrice, you want to add on that?
Yeah, I think for me, sustainability in AI means that I think when the people that are more affected for bias are taking care of them, are building them, is when you really have implication that people are going to ask, we want regulations, we want to ensure that for all the different groups, the algorithm is going to perform well. So I think this can be done through different incentives. Of course, it came to regulation, but I think we are at the phase that there is still not regulation yet. So I think it's the right moment when people need to be aware of the consequences. For instance, on healthcare, if your group is not well defined, you have a much higher risk that you are going to be misdiagnosed, or that they are going to decide they don't want to do more tests on you. So you have a higher risk of even dying. So I think people are not aware of the consequences of not controlling for this in the right moment. And I think the first step is people are aware, so they ask, we want regulations, we want this to be included. You cannot put a solution in a hospital until you ensure it's going to perform well across all different groups.
Thanks. And Eric, Beatrice, rightfully so, she talks about having diverse teams and making sure everyone is represented, particularly the end users. Now, in our continent, we all know that we get these technologies ready-made and handed down to us, right? And we are seeing, how social media started from being just platforms to meet friends and chat, and then to being, communities, and then to being businesses themselves through the data. And then we see models that are coming up, where in the Global South, we're giving free data so that we can engage more and be mined more. Now, with this in mind, how do we ensure sustainability in terms of technology in the Global South, particularly in Africa?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I would say it's about involvement.
Excuse me, considering that we're not in the room when these technologies are being developed.
Yeah, so that's a good one. So again, if you're not in the room, it becomes really difficult because of the representation. So who's going to speak about your specific rights? So will they know you guys need to include other languages apart from English, maybe, and the other European languages? So it's all about making sure at the end of the day we be vocal about some of the challenges that you're experiencing. And as much as you're adopting the technologies, we need to create awareness so these technologies are currently being used in these specific areas. This is what they're doing. One thing that will really work out for us is we need to groom our skills. Because at the end of the day, you can't expect someone to solve problems for you if you're not ready to step up. So if different tertiary education sectors are going to groom our specific young people to become one of the subject matters and build our own solutions, it's going to be really difficult for them to adopt their model and for that model to work in Global South. A good example is there's a solution called M-Pesa. So M-Pesa really works well in Nairobi, Kenya, and it has done much impact. But when you take that solution and take it to another country in Europe, it doesn't work, it fails, and it really does well. So it basically means sometimes some solutions are not meant for every region, they're only meant for specific regions. So we need to step up and make sure at the end of the day, our skills, the awareness level, and the communities that are involved are represented in making sure at the end of the day, we are developing the solutions for ourselves and not expecting someone else to come and solve our problems.
Thanks. Just to talk about M-Pesa for the next maybe minute or so. M-Pesa is an interesting story. It really is a technology that came out of our continent when no one expected. It became so great that it became a cult, right? Literally from Afghanistan to Romania, it was replicated everywhere. And then we saw something bad happen, right? We saw big tech coming in and then using the same PESA platform that was used to bridge the digital divide and now starting to exploit and taking money from the poor. Micro-lending became a thing, and because it was unregulated, people could charge 200% in terms of payday loans. And these are the dangers that we talked about in the AI to Amplify program for 2 months to say, technology is good, but without the ethical guardrails, M-Pesa is a story that resonates with it. And Avi, if you could just tell us the solution that got you, your winning solution, and how you managed, to bridge the divide, which problem were you addressing, how did you ensure that no bias comes in, how you chose the solution, the data bias, who is in your team? We want to know how many women are in the team.
Yes.
Yeah.
So our team cannot take the credit for developing this app alone. Behind us, there's a lot of people, a lot of engineers, a lot of consultants, a lot of aid workers, a lot of administrators, and a lot of women. And thankfully, the end benefactor is going to be menstruating women in Bangladesh, which is a pretty big population. At least this is our hope. We will first have to conduct a field trial to pilot our product in 2 high schools in Dhaka and Shmyangar. I hope I said that right. And after we evaluate the efficiency and fix any potential bugs, there's plans contingent on the success to expand throughout all of Bangladesh and potentially to other countries in Southeast Asia. Now, first, I wanted to address sustainability, because sustainability depends a lot on the environment and the end goal. If we're talking about sustainability in AI, I'm afraid to say that right now, the environment is concentrated on the hands of the few. And this is a big problem because due to the computing cost, not everybody can partake in this environment. And that's a big issue. So if we're talking about sustainability there, we're not there yet. But if we're talking about sustainability overall, I think AI is not going to replace the jobs. I think we have to adapt, and AI is going to empower people, just like technology historically not only has disrupted the labor market, but also has increased productivity. The real question is, how do we make sure that the fruits of this increased productivity goes to the benefit of the people that most need it when all this power of development is concentrated on the hands of the few. And not only goodwill is needed here, but a lot of social action, a lot of conversations like we're having here right now. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Thanks, Avi. Marianne, please.
Sustainability will depend on how inclusive we make the product or service. We should always build with accessibility in mind. This will need adequate and quality research on what people need and how they need it, and inclusive in all aspects, for example, in terms of the accessibility infrastructure, quality, costs, just to mention a few.
Thank you. Satyam, sustainability for you?
Okay. And I think a lot of these ideas have already been covered, and I think I'm going to connect that to the larger, bigger picture, which is that 100 years ago, we used to have telephone exchange operators. These were people who used to sit in the middle, connect your call to somewhere else. We don't see them now. We don't see telephones. And we have seen this time and again, that there were jobs that were there at some point which have ceased to exist. So I don't want to sound alarmist about AI. I'm trying to be cautious here. This is just part of the transformation that we see. We have been seeing this for a long time. However, for the first time, we have an ability to bring these diverse ideas, to bring people from all over the place, and kind of try to do that transition in such a way that people who don't have access to these technologies or those jobs that would require reskilling, we kind of keep them in mind when we are thinking about the system as a whole. And I think that's where sustainability starts coming back in. AI is not going to go away, or we are going to continue having some of these problems. What's important is to involve people who are developing these ideas, who are going to use these ideas, and ensure the way they are being used, these solutions are being used, keep that in mind, that when they are used in the system, the impact that it lays, the political economic impact, the impact on employment, and kind of find avenues so that we can ensure that this transition is fair to everyone. And that's where I think sustainability kind of comes back to me.
Thanks. And Susan, as a lawyer, I will come to you with legal questions. What then is the role of civil society here? Right. We are ushering a new world. We are ushering the unknown with this revolution, and it's affecting not only how we work, but even how we communicate, how healthcare is being deployed. The future of work is also being affected. What is the role of civil organizations and programs such as the AI to Amplify program that brought all of 80 people from across the world? Would you say these kind of programs are impactful, and what can be done more?
I think there's two things that come to mind, which is accountability and public participation. So civil society, their role mostly is to hold the government to account and to also create awareness around the harm and or areas, the gaps that exist. I think civil society has a really fundamental role right now because we're in a transformative space, and there isn't much to work with. So it's important for everyone to come to the table, and we're doing poorly with public participation. In Kenya, for example, people don't know what any of these terms mean. People don't know what personal data is. People don't understand what digital transformation is or digital ID. And it's funny because the government is the custodian. The government is responsible for going out and letting people know what these things are and how they benefit or might harm them. And that's not really happening. How do they acquire digital skills? How do they kind of access the digital economy and thrive and actualize themselves? So civil society comes in to try and plug these gaps and also create awareness and empower and give agency to the public. And I think the AI to Amplify program is quintessential to that because 80 participants from across the globe, that's not just impact, that's reach. We all are speaking to our solutions. We all have a pain point that we are trying to address, and we all are creating awareness through the program and through the conversations that we had through the course of the 2 months. And it's important for everyone to be part of the conversation. I don't think there's much of an understanding of why we need to be part of the conversation, and probably that's the problem. And I think for me, a lot of what I see in the, as a lawyer, you're a lawyer, you know all these legal terms, and digital public infrastructure, But there is an imperative to simplify the language so that you can connect with a wider base. In Europe, the general data protection regulations, they require privacy by design and also for the language to be simplified. And there's a reason for that. The logic is that there's the individual who probably has no idea what the regulations say or what the articles say, but they have rights. So how do they enforce that? What are the legal pathways for them to be able to understand the content and go and make a complaint efficiently? So it's important for all of us to understand that as practitioners, even as participants of the AI to Amplify program, we have this obligation to have the conversation with our friends, our family, our network, so that we can all start to build an understanding. And it's not really, at scale. Me talking to my mother, me talking to my brother, it makes the difference.
Thanks. So Marianne, if you could just take us through your solution and how you got to the solution, right, that won you the hackathon. Yeah. Please, Ari.
Describe your solution.
The solution that you got for the hackathon. If you could just tell us the story, what it does, and how you and your team got to that solution. Ari, you wanted to add?
I wanted to touch, I think this mic is there for somebody. So, I wanted to touch on some of the topics that Susan touched on. I think what we're doing here is the best example, because here we have civil society, we have NGOs, we have the government, we have students, we have artists, we have a very diverse people, very diverse background, all working together on the common good. So we are a very good example of what can be done when you combine all of these resources and all of these abilities together. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yep. Just as we're waiting for Marianne, Eric, please tell us your solution, how you got to it, and what kind of challenges it is addressing.
Yeah, so before I talk about the solution, so maybe on the sustainability piece. So what we're doing in the technical world, we mainly have like things called policies and standards. So like for example, there's an organization called W3C, IEEE, and IEFT. So they're basically more of organization of professionals who are really technical and create like a framework. So when you're creating like an application, there are specific like APIs or frameworks that you normally rely on. So what we're doing, we normally like meet like on a monthly basis in working groups to discuss about how do we create a standard. So when someone is using, let's say like AI, when they're developing a solution, how do they make sure there's accessibility for someone who may not be like normal like in terms of their abilities and such kind of things. So I believe that will also create sustainability, having the framework and having like specific bodies that encourage participation, such as this. Just make sure at the end of the day we have the aspect of including everyone when we're developing. So in terms of our solution, we are developing a solution called FatGPT. So you know, like for example, in the Global South, we have many challenges. We have poverty, we have issues around, we don't have funds to innovate. We have youth people who want to do so much, but they don't have the money. And we rely on donors, we rely on grants, we rely on fellowships, we rely on scholarships. So some people don't get the information about what's happening outside there. So our solution will be using AI to try to understand like your portfolio. So what are some of the challenges are you trying to solve, and how much money do you want? So using that specific portfolio, it will be able to scan for the opportunities that are outside there. Like let's say there's a grant that's open and it's supposed to be closed, let's say in the next 1 month. You are going to receive notification, just to tell you like for example, so depending on what you're planning on, there's a specific amount of money that you can get here to run your activity. So in the long term, you want to create it in a way like, it will tell you like for example, for you to get the best out of this, because you can give it the output. So I want to develop this like building, and I need this much, how do I get there? So we want to develop in a way like, it will get the information and data outside there and give you like a proposal, maybe a plan that you can use to create your specific foundation. So from the point that you get the money to the point that you get the outputs. In the long term, we also want to make sure at the end of the day, the people who are giving you the money can be able to track the results and see, so we have been giving this much to these people in the Global South, what is the output? Because you can upload the specific information on the application, on the system, and it can be used to verify. So AI is quite big, it can do so much. We are trying to play around with it. It will require a lot of resources, but at the end of the day, we try to solve our solutions. As I was telling you, at the end of the day, you can't rely on anyone to solve your solutions. You need to make sure that you solve your solutions back at all.
Thank you. Sacham?
So I think I'm going to go back and talk about how the problem of bringing everybody on board to have the discussion on AI is actually motivating our solution. So as I said, AI is difficult for even AI researchers and policymakers to understand. How can we have a conversation with people who are artists, who are doing writing, or who are doing script design? So we want to have, there needs to be a common ground on which we can have that discussion. And unfortunately, the discussion around AI policy and ethics is too dense, so to say. And this is a problem I myself realized when I was actually working on this. So we came up with a solution called Moral Morpheus. Of course, it comes from Matrix, if you have seen it. And like in Matrix, Morpheus gives Neo the choice of the red pill and the blue pill. We are creating an education tool that puts the user in that situation and asks them to make that choice, whether you should use AI or you should not. Now, these situations in our tool are really customized to the country, the locality, the geography we are actually deploying that tool in, the schools we are deploying it in. And we are trying to distill these complex problems in which AI can be used into very simple prompts that people can understand and engage and empathize with. And by distilling all of this literature around these complex ideas into a card game, what we have done is that we have made it very easy for people to just play it and understand how AI can affect somebody in that particular situation. And at times, we feel that somebody may see that, yeah, I've seen this happen, or something like that. And I think through our solution, what we are hoping is that when people engage with it, they go through the critical process of thinking and kind of identifying the various factors that we have presented and understand, oh, I didn't realize that AI could have affected this group of people knowingly and unknowingly. But there's a larger picture to it. We're also trying, it's also a social experiment, and we are going to release this tool first in schools. We are already talking to some schools, and we're going to make it a part of a computer science education in India, and we're also thinking of doing a pilot trial in a school in Uganda. The idea behind that is that we want to eventually release this to the public and make it a social experiment. As people play with this tool, they understand these ideas, but also they're also expressing their informed choice about these issues. And what I really want to see and what I want people to see is that eventually different countries, different cultures will express their choices differently about use of AI. For example, robots are far common in restaurants, so I expect that they would be much more comfortable for use of robots in medical science as compared to use of robots in India. And I think that's what I want to see eventually, and that's what I want people to see. When they engage with the tool, they see that, yes, this is how I think about it, this is how my culture thinks about it, this is how a culture in a different country thinks about it. And our hope is that these kind of signals help policymakers, technologists, educators kind of understand and drive the discussion around AI and develop tools that their people, their culture are comfortable with. So that's what we are developing. It was supposed to be on the screen, but yeah. So that's what our tool is about.
Thank you. And Beatrice, Satyam just touched on, healthcare, AI in healthcare, technology adoption, technology acceptance. Just take us through your solution and how it fits into the already, towards, how technology is accepted in your region. And I say this because if you look at South Africa and Africa, we have very low levels of technology adoption. Mostly because cost of data, mobile phone, smartphone penetration, and also digital literacy. Now, is your region ready for your solution?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually a very good question, because one thing we realized through this phase of adaptation is that even if the idea was more in the technological phase, we realized that it doesn't make sense we develop something technically advanced when we are really not understanding the situation. This is what, as a part of our solution, it has 3 different parts. So one big part that we are very focused now is this community. So we really want to create nodes on different parts of Africa, America, and Europe. And we really want to train people that can gather data about what is the real estate. It makes sense we are designing a solution for AI in hospitals when these countries, they are not at this moment yet. And how can we put these people on this? How can we guide it? What is the best way to help this? So I think for me, one of the best things of the fellowship is I realized that they are in different points. So I came from the perspective, okay, how can I design something that works in my country? And you cannot apply this here. And the only way you can make something useful here is building something together with the people from here. So this is why we are trying to build this network. And the way we are operating, it's in form of nodes. So each node is going to have different roles. One of these persons is going to be the person that is the coordinator of the node. We are going to train this person. We are also planning to pay a small scholarship to this person, so we want also to invest on the population, and they are going to bring us quality data. So for us, connected with the sustainability, I think the only way you can make this is a very complex topic. We are aware, healthcare and in the Global South is not an easy solution. And I think the only way you can do it is really building something that this can be sustainable over time.
Thank you. I think Marianne is ready.
The solution we are building with my teammate is an app and a vibrating wristband specifically for the deaf to be alerted of important sounds like emergency sounds, phone calls, baby cries, and other important sounds specific to them, since they will also be able to upload their own audio files. The app will include an AI model that will classify the different sounds. The idea came up when a group member was involved in a fire incident along with other deaf people, and they were oblivious of the fire. The situation would have been different if they were all deaf and they had no one to notify them. So we saw an opportunity to build this.
Thanks, Marianne. And you touched on a very important issue. Sorry. It tells us we have 5 minutes left. You touched on two things, accessibility, right? Beatrice and everyone else have touched on being inclusive and making sure that people who this is intended for are there. But one thing Satam now touched on is cultural diversity. And I'd like your thoughts, Susan, on saying we have these technologies. We are saying, yes, they're great, they're for social impact. They need to be inclusive, but they need to be accessible. And what is accessibility for us? Considering how much an average African has to work for 1 megabyte of data. So how do we ensure accessibility across all spheres? You know, everyone from gender to, you know, disabilities, and also financial.
Thank you for that impossible question. I don't have the answer, but I have a story. So in Nairobi, there's a cafe. It's called Palette Cafe, and the owner of the establishment only hires persons with disability. And so when you go to the restaurant, you learn. They have a sign language poster. So when you go in, you learn some sign language, some signs, and then you can make your order, or you can point to what you would like. The first time I went there, I was very ready with my English and my voice, and then I realized, oh, okay. So I had to adjust. It's now become one of my favorite places to go, and so I don't know that we can have this, absolute accessibility, but we can make a genuine effort towards understanding and interrogating our biases and our own kind of privilege, so that we can embrace the differences, the uncomfortable conversations, the learnings, and this will open us to progressive accessibility and just making it more possible.
I mean, you touched on something that, especially if you don't work in the AI as an R&D, the biases that we see in the algorithms are inherently human biases that have crept in. And until we admit those human biases, right? If I have an algorithm and I train it for policing, and it gives me 100% accuracy and all the faces are of black men, but my own inherent bias says, but yeah, the average criminal is a black man, this works fine. And this is how those biases are coming in. We are now seeing biases on social media embedded into actual words, right? Just creeping in. Now, knowing that social issues are actually being mimicked by the algorithms, because AI is literally the pursuit of human intelligence in systems. Where do you see AI in 10 years?
So
where do we start?
I have a personal interest in the singularity, which is when artificial intelligence becomes sentient and becomes awake or alive. But I believe we're still far off, honestly. So in 10 years, I think we'll have definitely a few more ChatGPTs. But I think it's going to expand too, because now there's image capability. Of course, it's become more advanced. But I think we are going to see a lot more in quantum computing. I think we're going to see probably another emerging technology. But I think we're still far off in terms of realizing a lot of what we're experiencing now.
Thank you. Sacham, final words. Are we very close to passing the Turing test, or are we still far off?
Okay, so I don't think we are. Actually, let me rephrase that. Our understanding of ideas around consciousness, creativity have been shaken now with emergence of these generative ideas. What do you mean when you say that AI can write a poem or a human can write a poem? We used to think creativity is a reflection of human psyche. We have already achieved that in some form. So how do you define consciousness? We don't have those ideas yet. So whether it's Turing test or whatever test we are going to use to benchmark, eventually they're going to be broken. And that tells me that I don't have an answer to what AI will look like, whether we'll break the Turing test, because we don't know what's the metric or what's the scale through which benchmark. But I think we are getting somewhere in terms of AI. We are getting somewhere where it's starting to become very difficult to, whether it's an AI or whether it's a human. This is relevant for application-specific use cases. I personally don't believe that we are going to have something like a general AI, which is, I think, the major pursuit. But we are going to get very close to in certain application domains that we're going to be used or entirely augment humans or replace humans in certain domains and fields. We're going to see. I mean, 1 year ago, nobody knew that ChatGPT was going to come, and then it came, and in the last 6 months and last 9 months, things have changed. So we'll see how it happens.
Thank you. Eric, final words. Deep AI, shallow AI, conscious AI, unconscious AI. Where are we going the next 10 years?
So in the next 10 years, there's a lot to tell. So we are still exploring the first phases of AI. For the founders who are creating AI, they are still conscious. So the beauty is they're including everyone in the discussion as we're starting off. It's very different from the other technologies where they just, like for example, social media, they make sure like everyone has social media and then they can collect your comments. For AI, they're making sure before like everyone uses AI, at least we are trying to collect, because we are working with a machine that will be able to make a lot of decisions, be able to influence a lot of things like funding, can you get like finance, what is your credit score, can you go to prison? So the only thing you do not do is, can you go to heaven? Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So if you look at like 10 years back, it's when the social media wave started. 20 years back is when guys started using like devices like phones. And right now, like everyone has a mobile phone. So 10 years from now, depending on the way that we are adopting like technology right now, AI is going to be really massive. We are going to adopt it in many ways in terms of how we solve our problems, how we use our specific metrics. The devices, cameras, everyone will have them in their home in terms of affordability. What I'm hopeful of is AI is going to help us solve big problems in terms of, like, let's say, climate change, things around agriculture, things around how do we make sure we do good governance, and how do we allocate resources across different places. So there's a huge potential to use it in the best ways, but we need to make sure we groom it from the word go, else it will be chaos.
Thank you. Marianne, 10 years.
To answer how to be inclusive, first, we need to involve different communities and take into account their concerns. Secondly, we need to reiterate based on feedback, then bring in reasonable accommodations. For example, I do not speak, but that doesn't mean I can't be on a panel discussion. So bringing in reasonable accommodation, I can use this app, or there can be other options. It's a process, but something which can be achieved.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ari, 10 years from now?
So, where do I see 5 years. I think we're at a point in history, and I'm only parroting other people's sentiments that I've heard, where it's very hard to make a prediction. Most countries have a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, but if anybody says that they know what's going to happen in 2028 from now, with how much change and how steep the advancements are, it's very likely that they could be wrong. Now, whether AI can pass the Turing test, I think we're moving the goalposts, because by the definition, most AI researchers had around 2011. With this development of a general AI that can pass a medical test and at the same time pass a math test or whatever, it's already, by the definition that we have a goal, it's already passing the
Establishment.
Turing test, yeah.
The Turing test. And also it might be passing the consciousness. That's the word I was looking for, because it's giving us an output. It's interacting with us as if it had agency. Whether it has a will on its own, right now it doesn't. So that's the only thing that is separating our intelligence from theirs. We have a will. But as far as the Turing test, I think nobody knows what will happen in the future, but right now I think it has passed.
Thank you. And lastly, Beatrice, please. Final thoughts, 10 years, AI?
Yeah. So I think AI is going to change many things. I think many people are trying to understand how technically it's going to develop. And I think this is not the right focus, because it's going to be a small group of people that they are AI researchers in computer science that are developing this. But what the 95% of the people care is how this AI is going to impact the lives. What is the social impact? Are we going to use it for good or for bad? Are we aware how it's going to be the social policies? So I think rather than focusing whether if technologically it's going to rise or not, we should really, in our competence, in our field, in our experience, understand how can we use this for good, and how can, with our expertise, so more social workers, we are going to have more policymakers. So I think everyone is artists, everyone have the ability to understand why they want to go and how can they use this to ask for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us today. Please enjoy Johannesburg, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sparing us 50 minutes of your time.
Thank you so much, Prof.
And all good.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for keeping time. Unfortunately, we have a recurring friend in South Africa called load shedding, and it's about to hit at 4 o'clock. So I invite all of you to please have a drink outside, mingle and get to know each other. And we actually have an exhibition opening at 6 o'clock, and this is open to the public, so please invite your friends or anyone who might be interested in each of these exhibitions. But before we get into that, I'd like to say thank you to our wonderful panelists, thank you to the Goethe Institute, and thank you so much for all of your wonderful insights. Let's give it up for the AI to Amplify panel, everyone. All right. Okay. Before everyone leaves the room, just as a reminder, we'll be having our exhibition opening, and these are the list of showcases that you should be aware of: Queer Catalyst, Creation of Freak, sponsored by Afro Cyborg, Vids Digital Art and Film, Nocha Mojozi, and the AI to Amplify exhibition as well. Please remember to invite your friends. This is open to the public. This is an opportunity to network and connect with everybody here, and also to expose anyone who'd like to be interested into this space as well. Please go outside, have a drink, mingle, and thank you so much for being here today. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reminder. The last part of the evening is open to the public. Please invite your friends or anyone who might be interested. Thank you so much for coming. This is open to the public. Don't forget to invite your friends or anyone who might be interested to see the wonderful showcases we have here at Fakugesi. Thank you so much. This is the last call for the exhibition showcase. Please make your way to the iClub. My name is Nonti. Nice to meet you. Good evening. And I'd like to welcome our lovely moderator to the stage, our creative director, the creative director of the Fakugesi Festival and Digital Lab Africa, Mr. Eduardo Kashusho, and he'll be giving a brief overview of all the showcases. Please welcome to the stage, Eduardo.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm really proud this year that we can announce that we have 6 exhibitions and showcases at Fakugesi. Last year we had 1, so it's also really showing the level of scaling up that we're doing as a festival. And I think thank you, yes. I think it's really a testament to the energy that we've had for the festival this year in its 10th anniversary. You know, what does a decade mean? The number of people that have been touched by Fakugesi. I remember coming to Fakugesi for the first time in 2016. It was my first kind of proper job that I was working on, and I got put in the deep end working at Fakugesi. And it really kind of changed my life. It inspired me to want to continue being in this space. And I think that this is really something that has come up with all of the partners which you will hear from now, is a passion for the work that we're doing. And that's been something with every single one of these partners when we've been speaking with them, is that we're all doing this because we really want this creative content to go out into South Africa, into the countries of Africa, and into the world. This is about telling our stories on the world stage. And I think that that's something we're also very passionate about at Fakugesi, we're also not just showing this work, we're presenting this work at an international level. We're kind of packaging them in a way that they can go out into the world afterwards, because that's also a difficult thing to do. It's difficult enough developing this creative work. It's hard work. You'll hear from some of the artists. It's incredibly hard, and people are taking huge risks, putting all of their kind of creativity and even a lot of the time financial backing into making these things a reality. So also please keep that in mind when you're welcoming our partners on. It's a lot of kind of blood, sweat, and tears, and mostly passion. I would say 99% passion, and the rest blood, sweat, and tears. So I will start first with Nochamo Josie. I will invite on Professor Majosi from the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, and Dr. Sechaba Mape. I'm so proud to have this project here. I really, as soon as I heard of the possibility of having this here, I pounced on it, and I know Dr. Sechaba was also trying to pounce on having it shown in South Africa. It's really important to show this work on the continent. Part of it was shown at the Venice Architecture Biennial earlier this year, and I'm really proud that it's the first time it's being shown on the ground in South Africa at Fakugesi. Dr. Sechaba and Professor Majosi, please can you come on? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dr. Mape, I'm so proud of you. It is indeed an opportunity for the School of Architecture and Planning to be among the exhibitors this year due to the hard work of my colleague, Dr. Sechaba Mape, and that this work has been really looked upon. A formal introduction of Dr. Mape's work will be by Professor Thokozane Majosi, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. I am the head of the School of Architecture and Planning, and in our case, it is just an honor that we could have the Dean here to support the research component of the design that is coming out of architecture. Professor Majosi, might you please?
right. Good afternoon, everyone. I was just saying to the head of school, I must get used to visiting the built environment colleagues a bit more. You know, I'm a chemical engineer, and we seldom see lights flashing like this when people are at work. You know, so maybe I chose the wrong career, you know. But in any event, I also understand that architecture is one of the most difficult disciplines. Maybe this is what makes it difficult. But in any event, welcome to everyone and good afternoon. I just want to say one or two things before I read the proper introduction of Dr. Sechaba Mape. The issue of AI is big for us within the faculty, in particular of engineering and the built environment. It's something that we are taking very, very seriously. Actually, we've taken a conscientious decision that going forward, there will be three broad themes that we'll be focusing on. The first one being just energy transition, the second one being water resource management, and thirdly, digitalization. And we see digitalization in the main as the vehicle that will break all the barriers across disciplines, because everybody, in one way or another, is dependent on this AI thing, or digitalization. And this is the evidence, by the way. This is one example of where AI crosses the boundaries from that engineering sphere, where we are used to seeing it, to the built environment sphere. And I'm told that this is something unique, by the way, and maybe the first of its kind. So this is why I felt that I must be here, see for myself what is happening, and by all means, this is something that the faculty will definitely support because it talks to the themes within the faculty. As a matter of fact, from next year, for the first time in the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment, at an undergraduate level, we'll be introducing data-driven decision-making for engineering and built environment professionals. So every student in the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment will be doing digitalization in one way or another. So this is in addition to some of the things that we are doing. But here is the Nohamo Jozi exhibition by Dr. Sechaba Mape. Nohamo Jozi delves into many possible African urban imaginaries of Johannesburg with the help of AI, artificial intelligence, as an interactive tool for creation. It sees African futures not as scientific fiction, but as the extension of a millennia-old engagement with spiritualism, humanity, the earth, and design interacting with technology. The exhibition by Dr. Sechaba Mape, who is also the co-curator, by the way, of the South African Pavilion at the Venice Architecture Biennale in France, brings together for the first time in South Africa his large-scale digital prints of contemporary indigenous drawings of the land, together with AI, Joburg African urban speculations from himself, Dr. Sechaba, together with Menzi Ndlovu, Dag Kodza, as well as Anita Shentenzi. I'm not sure if they're also here this afternoon. Are they here? Okay, so Dag Kodza, the others are on their way. Okay. I had a brief conversation with Dak, by the way. He's the crazy guy behind this. This is the AI guy behind architecture. You know, surely we should have more interactions. The exhibition is showing. The exhibition is showing at Fakugesi Festival, which is this festival here, is made possible with the support of the Wits School of Architecture and Planning, and by extension, by the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. Okay?
Approved by the
This is very likely the first of its kind in Africa, certainly the first of its kind in South Africa. And really it aims to explore AI and architecture using African cultural heritage, something which is the first of its kind and something that we have to promote and embrace at all costs. In any event, first things happen at Wits, so everyone else can adopt after that. So I will say with those words, thank you very much, colleagues, for inviting me, and that is the brief introduction of the exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everybody, for coming. I'll be very brief. The reason why I felt it was important to do this exhibition is because I was at the Venice Architecture Biennial, which is probably the most prestigious place to exhibit work, architectural work in the world. And when I was there, I noticed that many people were beginning to set the agenda for what the future of Africa is going to be. So the theme of the biennial was the laboratories of the future, which meant Africa is the laboratory of the future. The curator was the first African female black person to ever curate that biennial. And the idea was we were coming together as Africans to decide what is actually going to happen in this continent. And so when I was there, I noticed that many people from the diaspora were beginning to engage this question of what is Africa going to be? And I saw people using different tools to imagine the future of Africa, to imagine what our continent will be like. And I thought, you know, we shouldn't let just people in the diaspora set these agendas and tell us what our continent will be like. We should partner with them, but we should also lead in this discussion. And so when I saw my colleagues Menzin Ndlovu and Dirk Coetzee using AI to imagine speculative futures of what Africa could be, I thought, well, this is actually perfect. AI somehow has allowed us to do things that we only dreamt of doing a few years ago, to be able to speculate using AI tools in Johannesburg on what an Africanized, you know, I always talk about Wakanda. If anyone knows what Wakanda means, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to create contextually relevant, sustainable, and economically and ecologically sustainable cities. And so the AI has helped us to visualize that in a way that is expedited the process incredibly compared to how we would have done it in the past. So the showcase that you see in there, when we go out here, you walk straight down, you'll see it's in a tall room. You'll see the prints that I produced at the Venice Biennale, and as well as a film that was produced by Anita Sentesi, who can lift her hand because everyone must see her. A colleague of mine who's currently doing her PhD in architecture and film at the Wits School of Architecture. She created that film combining speculative AI images with images of Johannesburg. So it's the first time such a thing has ever been done, I believe, and I'm hoping that it will open up the doors to more of this kind of work, and partnering with people like Tsimologong and the city of Johannesburg to really try and imagine what we could turn our city into. So thank you everyone for coming, and I hope you enjoy the exhibition.
Thank you, Dr. Sechapa Mape. We had very close heart-to-heart as we were installing on Saturday. And I would say, yes, Africa is the laboratory of the future because it is the future also. We're the youngest continent in the world, and we are really showing, I think, through projects like Nochamojozi and what we're showing, where the future is going. All right. Then next, we have AI to amplify. If you were in the panel a bit earlier, you would have heard how incredible the different participants are from this. There's 20 people from all over the world who are here at Fakugesi. And also, this was one of the kind of pure confluences that happened for Fakugesi this year with the theme of more flow and really taking a stance that if we use AI in the future or to change our futures, we should really have a moral and social stance that we stand for. And I think that Africa is well positioned to do that. We need to demand what we want from it. So I will invite over Alexandra Stang to talk about this showcase. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Thanks for the invitation. On behalf of the Goethe Institute, I want to shortly introduce the project. Many of you have probably been here in the panel discussion and have heard about it already, so I will keep it short. We had an open call in March where we invited socially engaged individuals to contribute their perspectives to the development of public good-oriented artificial intelligence products and application in diverse teams. We had about 800 applications and 80 people made it to the program. The aim of the project is to decentralize the AI discourse, to empower different perspectives, to contribute to the development of AI solutions, to foster interdisciplinary exchange, and to bridge the gap between the global north and south. So the people took part in a 2-month fellowship in May and June that dealt with topics like bias, sustainability, gender equality, or inclusion. And besides inputs by experts, they discussed a lot, they exchanged a lot, and also about the locations they were in and about the ideas they had. So then a hackathon helped them work on projects and or ideas aimed at AI for the common good. And out of 13 teams in this hackathon, 6 were selected to receive seed funding, and representatives of these teams are here today. And you can meet them. It's 6 teams called Maschio, Fund GPT, Healthy AI Fighters, Moral Morpheus, AI Squad, and AI for Good. And you will find them over there in the corner. You can talk to them. You can also try some of the apps they have already developed. And yeah, I wish you all a good evening, and I hope to get into contact with you all and also with the teams, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, with the support of the German Federal Foreign Office and the Goethe Institute, we're really happy to have this project here. And speaking of passion, I also know that Vulani Mthembu had quite a role to play in getting this project to Fakugesi. We're very proud to have a project of this scale at Fakugesi. It also really shows what we're trying to achieve as a Pan-African, but also as an international festival. Then speaking of European support, we're also extremely proud to be aligned with this project, Création Africa, or Creation Africa, in which there's kind of 2 elements. So I also here will say thank you to our team who are working and making Fakugesi happen, because while we also made the incredible Fakugesi happen this year, we are also sending 20 people to Paris in 1 week's time for these related showcases. Yes, please an applause for our team. And there's 2 elements here. I'll then hand it over to Emmanuel Denavet-Feller. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing correct. And then Michael, maybe I will only say your first name because your surname is extremely complicated, who will then just go through we have an incredible showcase of Afro Cyborg Collective, which we're really happy to have helped produce, reworked these projects, ready for international showcasing at Creation Africa next week. So I'll leave it to you, Emmanuel, then to speak for the project. And Michael, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Eduardo, for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to talk at Tsimolohong. Indeed, the French Institute of South Africa and the French Embassy with Alliance Française de Développement, AFD, have been long-standing partner of Tsimolohong. It started in 2016, so quite a long time ago, with Digital Lab Africa, that was initiated by the French Embassy and that is now driven by Tsimolohong, which is a great pleasure for us. So it's a long-standing partner, and Digital Lab Africa also shows that it's a journey and an experience that we build together. So it's what is very exciting with this partnership and with the work that we do together is that we create together and we go on the way together, also adapting to the new faces of creative industries, the new challenges that artists meet. I'll say a few words about Creation Africa, or Création Africa in French. We kept the accent, as you can say, on création. As the French government has put a strong priority on creative industries as inclusion and employment creation. Emmanuel Macron, French president, has decided to organize a new event called Forum Création Africa, dedicated to African creation in all its diversity. The idea of this forum that will be in Paris, that will take place in Paris from the 6th to the 8th of October, is really to showcase African creativity in different fields, cinema, animation, video games, comics. So very wide fields, and not only to showcase it, but also to allow exchanges and to allow artists and also studios, companies to immerse themselves and to meet with partners, with French and European partners. That's what is Creation Africa. So part of it is professional meetings, and part of it is open to the public. 200 persons from Africa will be in Paris next week. The South African delegation is actually the biggest one, and we are quite proud of it, with more than 40 people. And when Creation Africa was announced, Erika Denis, who works at Simon Laurent, and I thought that it will be a great idea with the team of Creation Africa to also promote Digital Lab Africa, what is made at Simon Laurent, what Fakugesi also brings, and to also bring a part of Simon Laurent in Paris next week. We are super honored to have Michael Spierczynski today. I don't know how he does, because he's a curator of a VR exhibition at Creation Africa next week, and he's in Johannesburg today. So thank you very much, Michael, and you will be able to explain us more about this exhibition. But yes, it will be this forum is really highlights how Fakugesi is also the way to this international segment, and how in Paris it will be also the occasion to showcase what is happening here, and I think we are super happy for that. Michael.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for explanation and summary of what is the Creation Africa. And if we come back at the beginning, few years before, we launched with the President and all the government French the African season, and we invite already, and we create a lot of festival application. And now, in this case, we are happy to continue Creation Africa. What is Creation Africa? This images is Creation Africa, because it's a South African creation, created with Inca, artists who live in Cape Town, and it's the beginning of a video mapping made by 4 poetry, like Sabiso, that you know, and a lot of voice, who show adaptation of a mythology. It's the beginning, Kesu Kesu Kela, and it's very nice images, so it's best but a long way. Just few works, a few panorama of what is it. It's the first forum, normally, and we work naturally with Digital Lab Africa, Timolongo, but all the continent, all from Morocco to South Africa, from Kenya to Senegal, to have the best artists in comics, in TV, in series, in VR, in immersive content, in augmented reality. So we cover all the field of the creation. And I'm happy to make this part of creation with a beautiful team. And the team came also from Africa, from Côte d'Ivoire for a video game, from Cameroon for the comics. So we work together and we organize all the creation of the forum. And we are another part is all more politic conference, institutional conference, and inspired conference about AI, about data in 2 places in Paris. And we have in the Gaîté Lyrique, a famous place in the center of Paris, 2 original creations that I'm lucky to co-produce. One with South Africa, and the cooperation of the embassy is one of the beautiful mapping that we can show, I hope, is Kesu Kesu Kela, and another original creation is from Kenya with Black Rhino Company, famous for VR, and Brian Alfande. So it's a beautiful thing, and it's the first time that we can show it, original creation, and also we create other original creation. And for the panorama, it's a panorama of the best VR, exhibition, the best augmented reality exhibition, and also we create new original creation with all the new technology and how we can tell story, how we can explain the mythology with new and show the mythology with new technology in one of the axes that we choose of, and we are very happy to invite so much people. And the next time is normally the forum came in countries in Africa. So each time it change you change is not only focus about Paris, but say go and return like me. Voilà. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to the French Institute of South Africa and the French Embassy of South Africa, as well as the AFD, who has been really pivotal in helping develop the Digital Content Hub, which is the home of Fakugesi and is held here at the Tshimologong precinct. Next, I mean, one that, as you can see from my jacket, I'm vibing with this one, is a queer catalyst. And here again is one that I think a confluence of passion between partners, the British Council and Gala and Fakugesi to really make this happen. We really had to work hard to make this happen, but I think as you also would have seen if you watched the panel earlier, please watch it on the streaming if you didn't get to see it. I mean, there were really kind of tears in my eyes just hearing the experiences of the participants of this project. I'll call up Keval Hari, who's the director of the Gala Queer Archive, to speak to this project.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I just want to say it's so immensely inspiring to be here among such talented exhibitors who are showcasing work that is so uniquely African and cutting edge that it feels like a great privilege for Gala to be a part of this project, to be a part of the exhibitors here. The Gala Queer Archives would seemingly be a strange bedfellow in a festival that's dealing with digital African innovation, because in the traditional sense, most historical archives tend to be seen or perceived as dusty boxes which sit in the basement of a library and are studied by historians. And whilst there's been great strides, I think, made in terms of digitizations of archives itself, I think the idea of an archive as a tool of change, of resistance, of radicalization can still be sometimes quite elusive. Which is why I think that queer archives are so important. We see the Gala Queer Archive as quite radical in its thinking, because not only is the role of a queer archive one of reinserting and reimagining a history that was destroyed, denied for so many years, it's also about giving a visibility to the daily lived experiences of queer people all across this continent. Especially in an environment where we have governments who continue to insist that we don't exist. And in that sense, the importance of storytelling, which in itself is not new to this continent, is so critically important in keeping the queer archive alive, which is why we were so passionate about ensuring that this project, which is essentially about storytelling in a medium that allows it to become accessible to younger people, but also allows us to once again reimagine queer existence on the continent, which continues to be one that faces such immense challenges, and yet despite those challenges, we can affirm that all across this continent, in every corner of it, there are queer people who live remarkable lives of resistance, of beauty, of grace, of love, of passion, and that we will continue to be here. And so this particular exhibition really was engaging with younger people and younger animators who showed such a deep and immense passion of wanting to share stories, and working with our partners in this project, the British Council, who were immensely supportive of this project, Tshimologong, who said it was important to have a queer angle to the festival itself. And so I'm so deeply, deeply grateful that we were able to put up this showcase. And then to the two young animators who are exhibiting, Alyssa Peters and Andile Mangwa, who were mentored by Mlilo and created of these very short animation clips, but which in a way are so beautiful in their humility, in their vulnerability, and in their honesty, that they stand as a form of inspiration for all of us, particularly in taking the fight against homophobia, transphobia forward. So I wanted to immensely also just say how proud we are of these young animators, to be also standing up in the presence of other exhibitors who have exhibited all around the world. It's really great for us to have that opportunity, and I think for us it's really about thinking about how this project could really grow in the future and getting a lot more young queer animators as part of the project. So once again, thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this exhibition.
Thank you, Kevin. And just also to thank Karen Tan, who really was also working closely with us to make this happen. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very proud when the videos came through shortly before we had to install them, and I watched them finally. I was like welling at the eyes watching both of these videos. All right. So we've only got 2 left. We're almost done, and you can go and see all the work. This one we're also super happy about. We work very closely with the Vet School of Digital Arts, and I was an external examiner for a collaborative project which I think is really amazing that they're doing at the moment, which is Wits Digital Arts and Wits TV and Film together, and they create these 360 VR works each year. And as the external examiner, I came through, and there were 2 projects which were kind of hip-hop themed, and they were really excellently delivered. And as soon as I saw them, I was just like, we have to have these projects for Fakugesi. They're just amazing, and I know the audience will really connect with this work. So if Timothy Flask from the School of Digital Arts could please come up to introduce this project. Thank you.
Hi there. As mentioned, I'm Tim Flass from Wits Digital Arts. They're my students right here. I would just like to maybe just reiterate and expand more. Eduardo undermines like how much of a contributing and supporting factor he's been in this project over the past 2 years. He's pushed our students, he's pushed us, and he's really helped in like giving us insight into how the best way that they can contribute to exhibiting their projects. But to give you some insight into where this came from and how it came together, me and my colleague Tsetso Dadla, who is now one of us at Wits Digital Arts, so she was formerly Film and TV because we just loved her so much. We came together to try and work on this idea of merging and engaging with these ideas of virtual reality and augmented reality, and looking at the ways the students can start engaging with these ideas, pushing forward these mediums of film and interaction and exhibition and working with audiences. In particular, I think I would really want to thank Fakugesi, as they were the first grounding point for exhibiting the projects, and they've really demonstrated the extent to which Fakugesi brings a lot of ideas and people together. Like, it's wonderful to see my colleagues in engineering. Once again, I was an engineer in my previous life. But I think many, many years ago. But more in particular onto the students themselves, and I think there's a part of me that feels a little bit uncomfortable, as I just feel that they've gone beyond me representing them as their teacher and their lecturer. They've become such great artists phenomenally in the work that they've been doing. And as Eduardo pointed out, he just really wanted them to be here. They're artists in their own right. They're no longer simply students of the research project that we put together. They've gone beyond that and have joined the ranks of the people that have demonstrated their work quite phenomenally on stage tonight. One second. So also in particular, I think what's useful about the technology and the media of virtual reality and augmented reality, and quite important for such young artists, that they often will struggle to sort of find ways to express themselves. And I think what they've done with the work that they produced today with Keys and Let Me Go, in producing the experiences and context and phenomena of young people within South Africa, and the other one being a tragic love story in the end, unfortunately, is that they are able to quite directly and forcefully and passionately illustrate how they see the world around them. Quite so that they are able to remove you from your biases and experiences and show you what they want to say quite strongly. So without further ado, I would like for you to exhume yourself quite so, and please just see what the students would like you to look at and in the work that they produced. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Timothy. I'm one for segues, so I also was part of the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. I was an architecture student, not very far detached from Dr. Sechaba Mape, so you've got illustrious people coming from that department. All right. Oh, sorry, let me go. Let's go back. Apologies. Last but not least, especially because it was so not least that last year we launched this project here at Fakugesi, Future Africa, together with our partner Electric South and Meta, as well as Imizi 3D. It was so popular and so many people were trying to see it last year that people didn't even get to see all of them because there were just endless queues. So we've actually brought the pieces back. This year, you will be able to see it upstairs in the VIP and guest area. This project focuses really on African storytelling through VR and 360. There were 2 additional projects which we are unfortunately not able to show this year because they're very technically detailed to install. But we were very happy to work again this year with Meta to be able to support showing that again at the festival. We really want more people to see these works. They are incredible works. Actually, 2 of them were finalists in the Fakugesi Awards that happened this year. There'll be the awards tomorrow. So you'll find out who's won from those projects. And I hope projects who are part of this showcase this year will apply for the Fakugesi Awards next year. You are eligible. As well as the Future Africa Showcase, there is also another Electric South Showcase, the Design Futures Lab, which is also in that corner, which has really interesting works on sustainable fashion intersected with VR work. So please do have a look at those projects. And now you're free to go see the work. That's what it's actually about. So thank you so much to all of the different speakers. You've really made Fakugesi a place to come to this year to see incredible African creative work. Thank you.